All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, February the 4th. My name is Barry Anerson, moderator of your trading room. Yeah, I've taken a short snap. I got to tell you about snap also, what I did yesterday. But first of all, yeah, I'm short snap. I was watching this underneath 35, watching Facebook. You know, the fact that Facebook continues to slide here. Um, I don't know. I think it could pull down the social medias again, of course. So, I mean, it had a little pop after hours when Snap released. But anyway, we'll see what happens. I'm in around 34.85 on that short. So, but if it gets anywhere close to 35, I'm out. However, and yes, you can hear me. Thank you. I forgot about that. So yesterday I did something I haven't done in maybe 6 or 7 years. If you were in the room yesterday, you heard me talking about Snap, and they were releasing earnings after hours. And you hear me say all the time, I never, ever take a trade through earnings. But I was also saying in the room that it looked like Snap had, I mean, the worst, I mean, how much worse could it get, okay, when they released earnings? Of course, they got dragged down like virtually every other social media platform with Facebook. So I said, and it's too bad you guys weren't around because I took the trade just before the market closed, and I took a bunch in the simulator just for fun. Well, you probably know, if you see what happened, I ended up taking almost $14 out of that trade. This one I got in just around 24 something and 38, got out right around here, moved a little higher, and the simulator looked awesome. Okay. But I swear I haven't taken a trade through earnings in maybe 6 or 7 years, and I'll continue to preach that mantra. But I just thought this is one of those situations where I thought my risk was mitigated because it had already dropped so much in sympathy with Facebook. I thought, how much more can it go down? But of course, I didn't take the trade and then wander away for an hour. So anyway, video is a little blurry. All right, let me try again. I'm doing the same thing, not doing anything else differently. So let me. Okay, I just shared again. How about now? Better, the same, it's okay now, the same, bad, blurry. Well, I'm not sure what I can do on my end. Video is fine in YouTube. Their guys are telling me in YouTube it's fine. I haven't done anything differently, so I'll try one more time to stop the sharing and then resume it. No, there's enough of them golden that are saying the same thing. Okay, one more time. No, golden. Yeah, there's a difference. You guys are watching. You guys are watching in YouTube. It's the main room. I'm not sure what I can do. Yeah, YouTube is fine. That's what everybody's saying. Um, I don't know what to do. I honestly don't know what to do. The only thing I can try is start the room again, okay, right from scratch. So that's what I'll do and see what happens, okay? All right, guys, so I did do a complete restart, and let me know. Well, all I can do is, the only thing you can try to do is go over to YouTube, keep the sound on in the room, and go over to YouTube, and because it's clear there, I'll give you the YouTube link. In the meanwhile, I can try the developer of the room and see if there's anything going on. So let me just send an email to the guy and see if there's anything going on that he's aware of, okay? Well, I mean, I'm looking at the data coming in from Trade Ideas, number one, and that's fine. Every other website is fine. I actually did a reboot of my modem last night. I always do that once in a while. So everything else is fine. However, we'll do a speed test and we just see if everything is okay here. I gotta keep watching this. I'm right back to even right now on the snap, so I just have to. So give me a moment, okay? I'll just do a speed test to make sure everything's okay on my end. Okay, I'm out of it, guys. No, it looks good. Yeah, so there's nothing wrong with my internet connection. I've got an upload, I've got a download of about, I've got an upload of 104, so that's excellent. So yeah, there's nothing going on with my, I don't, so I'm going to have to maybe just give the developer a quick email or send him a quick email and see if there's anything going on. Could be on his server. All right, guys, I just sent him an email and see if there's something going on his end, okay? Sorry about that. Not a lot I can do. Look at Facebook. I mean, it is just getting taken to the cleaners again, guys. I'm going to keep watching Snap. I know it knocked me out of the trade for a little loss. Out of the short for a little loss, but I'm going to keep watching it to see if it gives up 35 again. And I mean, Facebook is now below yesterday's low. So what time is it now? 9:11. Well, let me quickly go over some of the ones that are moving. So we already talked about Snap. Of course, had earnings after hours. Bill, the same thing. Bill after hours had earnings. Big gap up for Bill, B-I-L-L. Vanda, VNDA, VNDA. VNDA. Let's see, VNDA. So this is negative on phase 3 results. Okay, so that's a big move down for Vanda on phase 3 results. Clorox, another earnings play. I guess not as many people aren't buying as many cleaners these days. So Clorox, CLX is a big gap down for it also. Pins, another, of course, social media. Pins released after hours also. And did the same thing as Snap. This has faded a lot more than Snap. Shoot. I should have taken the Snap forward. Again, I'm racing through these guys because I want to get to a couple other things. Ford, an earnings play, a gap down on earnings. And you is a gap up on earnings. I guess it's on earnings. Yeah, it's a gap up on earnings. I don't know this one too. I've seen the symbol every now and then, but don't see it come across my scanner that often. And there's you. Any is a gap up, something to do with crypto. I'm really not interested in these little ones right now anyway. Not for the last few weeks, guys. Yeah, I'm not saying every one of them, but rarely do they seem to hold their gains. So they just seem to fade. So I don't really care that much about these guys, but I guess I have to mention it. Something to do with trading higher after the company announced some kind of a Bitcoin miner deal. So the YouTube link is here, guys. If this blurriness continues on the screen, give me a moment here. Now don't use the audio in YouTube, or you have one or the other, okay? You can use the audio in the room and then YouTube for the video. All right, now what time is it? 9:14. So I'm just going to do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, so the developer just said there's nothing going on his end for his servers or anything like that. So I have to do a bit of a poll here, guys. Like, is everybody affected here? The image is blurred. Now, I'm not talking about anybody in YouTube, okay? In the main room, is there anybody? Yes, 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 yes. But everything else is working. Everything else is working. That's what I don't understand. I mean, if you know, my ping rate, my rate is good on. I mean, everything else is working. So it's hard to imagine. And I haven't done anything. I swear I haven't done anything. And it's fine on YouTube, so I don't know what's going on, guys. So head over to YouTube if you want the video, okay? And you can stay in the main room. No, no, Roberto, absolutely not. No, I will. I'm going to have to disagree with you 100%. The developer of this room is solid. Okay, when there's an issue, he first of all he normally notifies me ahead of time if there is an issue, but he never denies anything. Seriously, one of the excellent people I've had to work with in tech and things like that. He's very, very cooperative. So no, in this particular case. Yeah, so exactly. If YouTube works, it can't be my internet connection. I mean, I could try rebooting my computer, I suppose. I don't know. Yeah, it takes about 5 minutes though for me to reload everything. Not the booting, of course, but I could try that. No, nobody's nibbling. All right, I will do that, okay? I will. Okay, so listen, guys. I mean, I have some technical knowledge, but it's certainly no expert. But if it's projecting well in YouTube, and it's not in this room, but if it's projecting well in YouTube, I mean, would that have? Why would that happen? Why would there be anything going wrong with my machine, drivers, graphic cards, etc.? I mean, it just seems to be specific to this room. All right, I will reboot. Okay, so I don't think that. Okay, so if YouTube is okay, then it's not me. Then I'm not going to reboot. Okay, and everybody who's in YouTube says it's fine, so I'm not going to reboot then. I'm just going to have to wait and see if he comes back to me with something else. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Doesn't happen very often, of course. In fact, I don't think it's ever happened. All right, I don't think I'll have time to get to the upgrades and downgrades. So let's just take a look at the dock channel bar. Take a look at the sector status. Yeah, but there's too many other people who are tech savvy saying if everything's fine on YouTube, like a reboot is not going to help. I've already got out of the room once, and okay, so I've reloaded the room. Yeah, exactly. All right, let's take a look at what's happening here pre-market. If you can see me, we'll go to YouTube then. Okay, head over to YouTube for the day. If it persists, you can stay in the room. Go over to YouTube. There might be a slight delay in the loading of the charts, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. But you can stay in here and hear me in this room, and of course interact with the other traders. So at least we have that as a backup. Anyway, let's take a look. Energy. Almost all the energy stocks are up from yesterday's close. Look at tech though. Tech again, just getting beaten up. Only 7% are up from yesterday's close. So that's what we're seeing here. These are the major sectors. Give a bit of a glimpse of what might happen or what's going to happen when the market opens. Of course, it can change dramatically. An hour into the market, half an hour into the market. Financials look strong. 85% of them are up from yesterday's close. All right, well, I'm glad I got out of the snap. And I had a very tight stop on it, so it's doing not bad when it was down to this 40 level, but as I said, I did not want to see it take out 35, so took a little loss on that short. Might revisit it. Depends on what Facebook does. If Facebook keeps moving down, you just can't imagine that these things are going to, maintain this gap. No, first of all, remember, there's where it was the day before. 34.25 was the high. So it is a little bit above that high. I'm going to try one more way of displaying the data. I don't know if this is going to make any difference at all. All right, I just tried another way of displaying it. How's that, guys? Better? Yes? No? I'm not talking YouTube now. I'm talking much better? Good? Better? Looks okay now? Can we live with it for the day? Is it the same as normal? Okay, so we can live with this? All right. It's not the same, but better. Is that what you're saying, Pepe? A little better. It still comes and goes? Yeah, I don't know what to do, guys. I have told them to come to YouTube. Give me a moment, guys. I'm still trying to contact the developer. But Harry, if it's working fine on YouTube, why would that affect? Why would anything be wrong with my drivers? Anyway. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm looking at the blurriness. Yeah, that's bad. Oh, by the way, it just stopped. Okay, it just stopped also. Okay, that's, whew. Let me try again. I mean, it just stopped sharing on its own. It's got, like, I'm not trying to rebel against this. It could be something wrong with my computer, but it just doesn't make sense. Yeah, go to YouTube, guys. Okay, just go to YouTube for the day anyway, and until maybe we'll get to the bottom of this. You can either stay there completely, or you can stay in this room. I mean, obviously, there's a lot more action in this room. You can just use the YouTube to watch, and stay in the room to talk. Okay. And here again is the YouTube link. Right there underneath. I just put the YouTube link. No, I'm done. Okay, guys. So let's see. What time is it? Do I have time? I have time. I'm just going to go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. Okay, let's take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades. I'll pop them in here. And Snap is upgraded. Bank of America. All right, there's some of the upgrades. All right, so RBC is downgrading Snap, and Bank of America is upgrading Snap. I have a couple of downgrades for SkyWest, SKYW. It's probably an earnings play. Take a look. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let's take a look at SkyWest. A couple of downgrades for it. Probably an earnings play. Let's take a look. Yeah, so this is an earnings play. So this has been downgraded. A couple of firms. SKYW. Not very much volume yet. The reaction to earnings after hours yesterday, and it's continuing down. I'm hearing JKS, Jinko. What's it doing? JKS is starting to move here. All right, a minute to the open, and now we're open. So typically I don't trade in the first 15. All right, so the market opens and we've got a little disconnect going here. We have the Dow down a bit. We have the Nas up a bit. SPY is basically flat. So those drop numbers came out, whatever, at 8:30. All right, so there's the snap. So it got up to 36. Ooh, now it looks interesting. It's going to chop around for a bit, of course. We have Ford on earnings moving down. No little pop for it yet. All right, there's DWAC. DWAC. All right, Pinterest on earnings. It's faded a lot though from after hours. I mean, released after hours. Wow, 32 down to 25. That's a big fade. I mean, I'm not saying the same is going to happen with Snap, but see if it could settle down a bit. I think you have to keep watching Facebook to get a sense of direction for both Snap and Pinterest, PINS. Peloton, PTON, boy, they have earnings. It's going to be interesting earnings call for them on the 8th. What are they going to be able to say? So, but Peloton, PTON. Well, Facebook, I was going to say Facebook. Ford, moving down on earnings. All right, Snap is looking juicy. If you look at Facebook, if Facebook keeps doing this, guys, I mean, I just can't see that Pinterest and Snap are going to remain up. I mean, I may be completely wrong, but I mean, look what Facebook is doing. Got a couple of new scans I'm testing out. If I see some interesting results, I'll pass them on. Yeah, Torps, we seem to have a problem here. So I don't know what to do about it. The YouTube stream is crystal clear, so I've been suggesting people go over there for the video. Stay here for the audio. And there's the YouTube link, guys. So anybody having issues seeing my screen in the main room can head over to YouTube, okay? Just make sure you only have one audio selected. You can stay in here. Okay, you can stay in here, but I apologize, nothing I can do about it. Just gonna keep watching this snap, guys, to see if we get a really solid direction here. All right, Oxy with, of course, with energy strong. There's Oxy moving higher here, and looking left on that monthly chart. Meanwhile, Ford is just taking it on the chin here. F on the chin. I mean, it is just really getting nailed. Down 10%. All that goodwill it generated back here, and then even here. Okay, so to detach the chat in this room, there's a little gear here, all right? If you can find that gear, and then in between the palette and the sound icon, there is the detach chat. That's the icon to do it. Whoa, look at GME. Look at GME just getting pummeled here. I keep saying, is this the end? Is this the end? Is this the end? Then all of a sudden, buying comes in and pops it over 100 again. Huge difference, Zeno. The charts are way snappier. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the charts now. This was not the new build, it was the change in .net. Well, it's a new build, but anyway. Yeah, let's take a look at XLE. I mean, this must be, with oil is over 90 now, right? Yeah, look at XLE. So you want to participate in an oil pop today again. You know, there's your ETF, major ETF for oil, for the energy sector, XLE. Oh, one moment, please. All right, we have a halt. Well, we had a halt. We didn't see it at the beginning. And now we have a resume for ANGH. Yeah, really didn't do much. This looks like this is a, well, I don't know what it is. An IPO? Can't be an IPO. I mean, they wouldn't do this. Was it a SPAC that turned into ANGH? Or an uplisting or something? Because it was trading in the pre-market. And that is ANGH. Big surge for DWAC, guys. I mean, again, this is for me, an incredibly difficult intraday trader, the way it chops around. All right, market is lifting a bit here. Okay, we've got three green bars on the SPY 15-minute chart. So NAS is up a little. Dow is trying to come back to basically flat. SPY is up a little. So yesterday, of course, SLI got slammed by Hindenburg. I mean, it worked sort of. I mean, it was a little too choppy for me. Now, they came out with what I call a very, very bland defense. They basically said, you know, don't read what you, or don't believe what you read on the internet. Okay? That's basically what they said. Now, this one was from yesterday, the OHI, and it worked kind of. I mean, it took a while. You can see what happened. It gapped down, and then it really didn't have a big move after that. But it's on the gap down list again. All right, so keep an eye on the CFVI. Okay, keep an eye on this one. As DWAC is popping, you can see what it did at the end of the day yesterday. Well, not at the end of the day. That was at, sorry, that's at 10:30. And then, you know, just really was untradeable rest of the day. But, you know, if DWAC keeps moving higher, this usually gets tugged along with it. Well, if you have the AI, you know Snap is there. So the AI thinks that maybe Snap is going to move higher. Wish I'd seen this one right off the bat here. 1809 for Ford. Now it's 1770 now. And there's a 200-day moving average. That's far enough away. Yeah, it was Xela. X-L-E-A. X-E-L-A. Disco? Not quite there yet. All right, we're almost into the first 15 minutes, okay? That's typically when I really start. Look at Snap. I mean, Snap is snappy here. Here's the any. Again, I mean, a ton of volume coming in. I just have my doubts that anything major is going to happen. I mean, they released that news after hours yesterday. Excuse me, it got up to $3, approximately $3. Something to do with Bitcoin miner deal. All right, so this is, I said yesterday that I'd be taking a look at the gap continuation or reverse scan today, a little bit more. So this is a gap up and reverse so far for EAF. EAF. Well, hey, listen, I mean, the social media guys, there's Twitter, it's moving higher too. I mean, this basically, I mean, if you just look at what happened with Snap and to, I guess, a lesser extent, Pins, but all of these social media stocks, they did something like this after hours. I mean, Twitter didn't have earnings, of course, but just piggybacking on Snap. Okay, so there is a gap continuation or reverse. I just want to draw this to your attention. I'm going to be following this one a little bit more closely today. I put it up, I think, sometime in the afternoon yesterday. I used to use this all the time. And, you know, I don't know why. I mean, I stopped using it for a few months now. But you can see what it's looking for, a gap up and reverse, a gap up and reverse. Now, does it mean it, you know, it's going to keep reversing? Of course not. But these are early, and it's one of the scans that I am sharing on my homepage. Okay, one moment, please. Well, this is continuing down here. AEF, it's an earnings play, release earnings pre-market. Didn't really see it. I guess the volume was too light for me to see, but Market Explorer is here for me, so I don't know what to say, Bill. Nobody else has said. Well, I don't know. I don't really know how many people use Market Explorer, but it's still there for me. Here they are. All right, guys. Well, it looks like I bet you Snap is doing pretty well on from the AI. It looks like. Well, I mean, just keep. All you have to do is watch Facebook. You know, I think if Facebook kept sliding away, there's no way that Snap and Pins would be moving the way they are. But you know, maybe it's found a bottom for a while again. 229 up to 234. Cyber attack on News Corp, believed linked to China. NWS. This looks like it was a buyout yesterday. But it's all social media, I believe. I mean, you know, there may be all different stories, but I mean, Facebook dragged them all down yesterday, and you know that. So they may be all different stories, different, of course, different management, different this and that, but it's hard to separate them. Okay, this is an earnings play. Release earnings after hours yesterday. No reaction whatsoever. Norton LifeLock, NLOK. So it's moving a bit here. Big float. Pre-market high looks like it was around 27.68. All right, so I just have my doubts. I'm just looking at Facebook. I mean, I just have my doubts that Snap is going to be able to continue this move. I mean, it's going to go one way or the other. We have topping tails, bottoming tails. On that first 15-minute chart, we have a little topping tail on the second 15-minute chart, which is going to close in about 7 minutes. So, I mean, right here, we just going to keep watching it, I guess, right here to see if we finally get good direction. I just find it hard to believe that it's going to soar higher and maybe challenge those after-hour highs. I may be completely wrong, but that's what makes the market fascinating. I have no read on this thing, this NWS. I mean, the way our chart looks here, I mean, it says flatline, unless this is just because it's exponential of some sort, but yeah, no, I have no read on this one whatsoever. Through the 200-day moving average now. So let me ask the general question. When you guys click on new, do you see Market Explorer as in your drop down? This is, you have to be on our latest beta. Okay, so Bill, I don't know what's going on in your end. If you click on new and you don't see this, I've just got a couple of confirmations that, or at least one confirmation that it's there. So I don't know what's going on in your end. Two confirmations. You got to be on the beta, but I think, Bill, you know that. This was left in. Oh, I see what happened here. Okay, what I want to do is I want to flatten this. This was left in from yesterday. I was explaining in the pre-market, if you're here, I did something I haven't done in a long time, probably 6 or 7 years. I actually took a trade through earnings. And that was Snap. And it worked. I won't be doing that again, though, for a long time, I'm sure. And again, the reason I did it is because it got dragged down so much, even though it was an earnings play. And I thought, how much further can it go once it actually releases earnings? So that was my premise. So I took this trade. If you've been here, I had 500 shares in the simulator. Worked out to about a $7,000 gain. It took some in my real account, doesn't matter how many, and it worked out incredibly well. So Torps, the question was, we have to be in our latest beta, all right? from the website, if you click on New, do you see Market Explorer? Market Explorer as an option, and when you click it, you get this box popping up. Well, that would have been a good one, guys. This on the gap up and reverse is NWS. I'm just trying to get a read on this. I don't understand what happened here. I mean, it just basically flatlined. All right, there's a $3 drop for DWAC. You know, I just find it really difficult to trade intraday anyway. Okay, Chewy is on the way up here. I don't know why. No, it's on an earnings play. Of course, I forgot to mention Amazon. There's Amazon in the pre-market. Released earnings after hours. Forgot to mention that one. Still up 10%. Wow, look, okay, Snap is doing well. It's a good so far a good alert from the AI. There was the alert at 35.43, 36.69 now. You want another tough trader? Look at KSCP. I just have this one thumbnail. That's why I even see it. It's not showing up in any scan. But look at this. Big topping tail up here. It gets up to 9.55. Big bottoming tail down here. 8.61, dropping $1. So people have been watching that one for a few days. Ha! Redbox, 25. Really? All right. Let's take a look at Redbox or DBX. Again, I was stunned when I asked that question, and people are saying, "Oh yeah, it's at our local, I don't know, Costco, Walmart, Safeway, whatever." I had no idea they were still around. Yeah, William, I mean, that's the thing. I have one, but it's got about a 3-inch layer of dust on top of it. All right, guys, well, the social media, Twitter's on the move also, along with Snap and probably Pins. Let's take a look at Pins. Yeah. Well, Snap, guys, I mean, glad I exited that short. Didn't get stubborn about it. All right, this is a gap up and go. Let's see how far Mara can go. course, anything gap up and go, you know, probably need market help. At least you don't want to see the market dropping. Well, a couple of good ones so far from the AI. TTD, 3.4%, 4.69% for the snap. Here are your entries. Here's your stop. Not even close. Not too many alerts. You don't need a lot. Guys, you know, I'm going to pay a lot more attention to this now, this gap continuation or reverse, okay? It's one of the scans I'm sharing. I used to love this one, and I think what happened is, you know, I started getting some other scans that were giving me some pretty good results, and the problem you can have with trade ideas is you can have too many scans up and running. And so I made a decision maybe not to have that one. Where am I sharing? First of all, good segue. Wow, look at Snap, guys. Holy smokes. Whoa. So where am I sharing this is here. You go to my home page. Go to my homepage, and when you click on that link, this is what you'll see. So click on my homepage link. Of course, the tab is here all day long, Barry's homepage. Click on the link, and go to the scan section, right here, scan section, and gap continuation or reverse. I might be watching that a lot more. I'm looking at the ETH. Wow, ETH is excellent. You know, I don't want to tell anybody to take trades, but look at the ETH. Holy smokes, that's an excellent one so far. So this is what I'm talking about. So the first alert we had for ETH was at 1167, 945. I put a 15-minute delay on this. You know, I don't want to see them right off the bat. So I put a 15-minute delay. Look at the Mara, mention the Mara as a gap up and go. Yeah, I can't do anything about the screen, okay? All I can ask is that maybe head over to YouTube today. The screen is fine over there, okay? Nothing I can do about it. You know, there's... On the weekend, I'll take a look, but I can't do anything about it right now. So just head over to YouTube. The screen is perfect over there. Okay? Just make sure that you only have one audio going. You can stay in this room and talk and all that with other traders, but only have one audio going. The YouTube link There's the YouTube link, okay? The scan is called gap continuation or reverse. And again, like everything else, it doesn't mean, you know, you get something that says gap up and go. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going forever. Of course not. But, you know, here was the first alert on it at 22:30. No, am I wrong? Here's, in fact, what I'm going to do is put a do not repeat on this one also, so I can quickly go back and see where the first alert happened. So there was the first alert from Mara at 10 o'clock, 22:18, 22:46 now. As an example, okay? Again, it will not die. It refuses to die. And we're talking about GME. Where I said, all of a sudden, buying comes in and pops it over 100 again. It will not die. It's called gap, yeah, okay, Karen. Gap continuation or reverse. Wow, snap. I mean, that's an awesome alert from the AI guys. 35.43, 37.73 now, 6.5%. And even the other one, TTD, you know, 3.5%. Two great alerts from the AI. Chewy keeps going, guys. I don't see any specific. Amazon posts big rally after earnings and helps lift Shopify. Probably Chewy, Wayfair, Etsy. Probably Chewy's in that group. So we do have a disconnect now in the market. You can see the Dow is down, all right, and NAS is up and the SPY is up. So a little disconnect going on in the market right now. So just quickly to go over this one, as I'm going to be watching it all day, okay? There are 4 strategies in here. 4 alert windows. Call them 4 alert windows. You can see what they are. Gap up and go. Now you can break them out. You want to see them individually. You just sort of hover over, and the box will keep a box will keep popping up, and then you just have to say open alert window. So you can see them individually if you want. But again, gap up and go means the stock is gapped up and it kept going. Gap down and reverse meant it gap down and it's reversed. Gap up and reverse, like the EAF, I think. No, the EAF I think was a gap down and go. So gap up and reverse, it gapped up and then it's reversing, and gap down and go meant it gapped down and it kept going down. So actually I'm wrong. So there's the gap up and reverse. So EAF up, gapped up, and then reversed. And you can check them all out, again, just by opening the strategies if you're interested to see what sort of filters I'm using. Thoughts on UI? I haven't seen that one. Yeah, way out of the price range. I mean, it's for me. Wow, got hit hard. Obviously, it has come back though. I mean, it, got all the way down to 230, up to 247. Pretty choppy right now. So I don't know. My thoughts are, it's way outside the price range. To me, it's a little too choppy. You've got a big bottoming tail, little topping tail here. I mean, obviously earnings and the reaction was not good. Now, here's the other thing. I did not realize this. If that is correct, that's an insanely low float for a $200 stock. Only have 6 million in the float. That's insanely low. So I'd be super careful if that float is correct. Well, Eve has been excellent from that initial alert. So this is what I'm going to do. I am going to duplicate it into a free-floating window. Okay, and then, so now it's free-floating outside of the docked window. Now I'm going to go to Properties, then Don't Repeat. Don't repeat the symbol, and for a day, say OK, and then I'm just going to know, so that I know, this is the don't repeat version. So going forward, I'll be able to just take a quick look to see where the first alert was. Oops, got my caps on still. Of course, this starts off right now, so if I get any new alerts in there, it'll pick up. Yeah, I mean, listen, you know, to trade this DWAC, you just have to take fewer shares. I mean, if you believe in putting stops, because you know this can be incredibly whippy, so you can get whipped out really easily. I am muted. Thank you, Pepe. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pouring some coffee. Okay, so I'm just looking at the Bitcoin ETF, BITO. So the Mara that showed up on that gap continuation, gap up and go. So I'm sure that Mara, I'm sure that Riot, and some of the other ones I mentioned, any, which has an announcement after hours yesterday. You can see what it did. Well, that red box pump is working for a while anyway. All right, my fellow compatriot Michael Noss is telling me that our Canadian dollar is falling, which is great for us. Take a look at what it's doing. Yes, all right. I get paid in US dollars. No, fun is connected to a DWAC, Phil. Okay, so if fund is moving it's usually moving along with DWAC. The other one that what is it, FVI? Yeah, so this one moves along with DWAC usually, okay? Now, it's possible fund has something to do with crypto also. I have no idea, but it started to have that crazy move when DWAC went nuts. You know, look at the month. That's when this is the month that DWAC went crazy. And if I bring up fund, I'm pretty sure you're going to see the same type of thing. Yeah, look at that. All right, so we've got some SPY lift going on right now. A little bit of consolidation there, a little bit of a lift here. Dow is almost flat. All right, now excuse me. You notice Snap is starting to fall here. So now the AI got out of that trade. For about 4%. Now again, that doesn't mean you have to. I probably wouldn't have let it slide as much. Boy, Mara, what's Riot doing? Yeah, so Riot's doing the same as Mara. And by the way, guys, this build that I'm on right now has got the super snappy charts again. Okay, I think it's even better than whenever they were the best, which was a few months ago. So hopefully we'll be able to. I'm sure we're going to release this very soon. You can just sort of see, I click on the alert and there it is. So, I mean, there's no delay now. Now look at Facebook, look at the red bar on Facebook, look at the red bar on Snap. All right, so this is one. Here's a gap down and reverse. So Vanda had the bad news. Phase 3 results negative. Falls 21% as their drug fails in a phase 3 study for, I'll try to pronounce this, gastroparesis. Okay, so trying to have a little bounce. Well, I guess the question more, Zeno, is why can't the race be run? Wow, Mara, that was a star. EAF and Mara, just stars from that gap up and go. Gap up and go. I removed Dave from my thumbnail charts, so I haven't been following it. Let's take a look at Dave. Is it right back up? I really wanted to swing that one for a few days. Yeah, it's coming back, but well below the highs of 15 or so. Or up here. Well, I didn't take it, guys, but again, this is the Vanda. This is the don't repeat version of the continuation or reverse. There was the alert at 1170. 1185 now. That's it. This may turn into my favorite scan again. In which case, I'm going to have to eliminate some. It'd be way too much to keep an eye on. So, William, you are our bio, or you're a go-to guy for go-to guy for bios. What did you make of the release from Vanda? Were you able to take a look at it? All right, guys, I'm just watching some of my thumbnail charts. I'm seeing Snap starting to give it up. Yeah, Dave on the move, no question. Dave is on the move. Nice little break here at some consolidation. What's this? Yeah, not very much volume. Wow, look at ETH. You know, this is the only one I took from that guy. He just had that look to me. So it's the only one I took from that gap down or gap up and reverse scan. And the alert was probably right around here. No, a little less than that. Let me just take a look. 1167. So the alert was right here. 1105 now. F? You mean Ford? Are you talking to me? Oh, ETH. I'm sorry, ETH. You're talking, sorry. It's ETH, E-A-F, E-A-F. You talking to me? E-A-F. And you, again, if you can't see my screen, the alert came at 1167 on a gap up and reverse. And the only reason it came this late is because I put a delay of 15 minutes, I believe anyway. I put a delay of 15 minutes. Yeah, I put a delay of 15 minutes. The reason being is that you can get stocks that are going to gap up and reverse and, you know, keep going in the first 15 minutes, but just, you know, it can be very, very choppy. So I purposely put a 15-minute delay to let things settle down a little bit and see if they can, wow, this ETH is excellent. Now I know it's not clear. Go to YouTube. I know it's not clear. Nothing I can do about it. We've tried several things, but all right, one more time. I'll I know the screen went away. I know that. So this, I may have to. I'm going to have to probably get. You guys can hear me. Yeah, the screen disappeared. Not in YouTube though. All right, I'm going to have to get out of the room and I'll have to come right back in. Okay, so what am I doing? Okay, so sound, man, there are some issues, guys. I saw my sound icon disappeared for a second, not disappeared, but went gray for a second. So definitely some issues. But as somebody said, I'm glad it's happening now and not during the test drive. Speaking of the test drive, let me just put the test drive link in. Mara continues on that gap up and go. I did not take that one. Boy, oh boy. All right, I just put the test drive link in, all right? So if you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. Test drive starts on the 14th, February 14th, Monday, February the 14th. So what you're doing, if you sign up right now, it costs you $11.11. You'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading, okay? No auto trading. Shouldn't be auto trading anyway, whisper. But anyway, no auto trading. But other than that, the full premium service. And it starts on the 14th. So if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. That's all you're doing. So please don't contact our support people and say, hey, I just signed up. Why am I not getting data? Okay? Now, about an hour after the market closes next Friday, so that's the 12th, you'll actually have access to the program, so you can play around with the program for the balance of Friday, and then Saturday and Sunday to get accustomed to the program if you've never seen it before. All right. Also, Chris Varley has very graciously said that what he's going to do Friday, probably around 5 o'clock, all times Eastern, of course, is he's going to put on a Q&A session, and he may even do it on Saturday. So again, for those new, just to get accustomed to what you're seeing and maybe how to set up some top lists and some alert windows, but just you can ask him all sorts of questions. So by Monday morning, when live data starts coming in, you'll have at least some preparation rather than just turning on your computer, loading trade ideas and looking at it and going, what now? Okay? So that's the test drive. The other thing I just want to hammer home is that when the test drive is over, it's over, all right? Nothing for you to do. We do not put you into a subscription of any sort, okay? So you don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Wow, look at Snap now, yeah. And I mean, check out Facebook. Facebook is also weakening, but Snap weakening. Of that high right up here. All I'm in is the EAF, guys. The EAF. Sorry, Zach. The EAF. That's only one I've taken today. All right, I know it's usually at around 10:20 I go into my spiel. I'll try to keep it short. So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. So if you're, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. And I do apologize for the blurriness in the main room. If you want to head over to YouTube, you can. It's not blurry. I don't know what's going on. I've contacted the developer. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it, okay? So I don't know what's going on. I just want to put the YouTube link in. Okay, so again, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, live on the mic, and usually you can see my screen, no problem, okay? So what is Trade Ideas? We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use Trade Ideas. So this is an example of a scan. See what it's doing right here. MGY 2316. Yeah, really not too much. It's an energy play, but not really doing too much. But this is an example of a scan. If I right click on any alert window, when you build your own scan, if you want to, of course, I have jumped the gun here. Sorry about that. First thing I always do is go to my home page. All right, so I put my homepage link in. So if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So you want to take out a subscription right now? Of course you can. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry4Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on the Get Trade Ideas, we have 4 plans. Annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the big one, premium, on an annual basis is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard is this AI that you see here. You know, had a great early trade in Snap. You know, you had to take profit. And this one is still kind of working, the TTD. Jury's out on these two right now, or these 3. But a great, when they only had the 2 trades, both of them, one was up about 6%, one was up about 4%. You've got to trade them, okay? You just can't. This is not a kind of a black box in which you can just sort of turn it on and then just forget about it all day long. You've got to trade them, manage the trades. So sort of a machine, man and machine is going to alert you to the opportunity, then it's up to you to trade them. Now, you don't have to go annual, go monthly if you want, no problem. 118, 228, less the 15%, that 15% discount, only good for the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. At any time, if you do want to upgrade from a monthly to an annual, we will apply a 15% discount, okay? So on my homepage, 3 free sections. The Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video that I do at noon Eastern, and all the education is here. So if you're going to be taking this test drive, I would really look at the introductory lessons. You can take a look at our user guide. It's all searchable. The user guide is searchable. So if you're wondering, well, do they have this or that? You can just, type it in and see if we have it. But the introductory lessons is what I would take first. Goes over all the basic features. What is a top list? Creating a top list. What's an alert window? Creating an alert window. What are price alerts? Introduction to the cloud, etc. Okay? That's the first thing that I would do if you're going to take this test drive. Daily support sessions. So Monday to Friday, between 12 and 1, I take my break at noon, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And today's Friday, so usually it's Andy. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in, so you can head over there if you want. And also, Chris Farley at Trade Ideas is in our YouTube room. I shut the main room down at 3:30. He takes over between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room, and he's there Monday to Friday. So a lot of support. Daily webinars. So we will be on next week, the Tuesday-Thursday rotation. It's 1 week, it's Monday, Wednesday. The next week, it's Tuesday, Thursday. So next week, it is Tuesday, Thursday. The week after, of course, is when the test drive starts, and we don't do webinars in those 2 weeks. But you can sign up for them all right here. And then back to basics. Michael Voss at Trade Ideas put this together. If you're new to trading, starts off with what is a stock. Okay, so a lot of information on my home page, including my scans. All my scans that I'm sharing right here, including this one that I'm really eager to keep watching now for a few days, weeks, months, who knows. The gap continuation or reverse. I mean, ETH is just astonishingly good. EAF. But all the other scans I am sharing are here. So there are a lot of information on my homepage. My advice, save my link, and then you can take a look at this anytime you want. Okay? Save my link, the scan section and the education section. So again, right here, lots of information here. So if you save my link, then you don't have to only do that when you're in the room. But now I can tell you what Trade Ideas is. We are a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock market. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. All right. These are scans, of course, that I have built. And one of the nice things is you don't have to learn a programming language to do that. If you right click on an alert window, configure, and search. These are all of the alerts that we have created. And if I scroll down, you see these icons. These are the filters. So, and please listen carefully. You don't have to learn them all. A lot of people think, man, how am I going to learn Trade Ideas if I have to learn all those alerts and filters? Well, of course, you don't have to. We have a lot of alerts and filters because we have thousands of customers with all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel that we have created enough alerts and filters that the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So you don't have to learn them all. It shouldn't be. I'm just going to do a history. Right click, history. So yesterday, here's yesterday. So you just pick the time frame you want, and it should be, so it should be grayed out. If it's grayed out, I don't know what to say. You might have to go to our tech support if it's grayed out. Well, you can just see, can you do yesterday? Just to try yesterday. History, and click on yesterday. Do you get yesterday's? I'm talking to Thiago in our, his question was, he wants to do a history on the AI, and he says, for him, it's grayed out. And I'm just demonstrating right here. There's a real time, these are today's. If I right click, history, yesterday, so are you, yesterday works, okay. So, time frame, it should be, you know, just pick the calendar. If you're talking about the okay, it's a little tricky, maybe to get the calendar. I don't ever do this, so I've picked the second. Okay, here they are. So maybe that's it. When you're saying the okay is grayed out, it's maybe just a little tricky. You just have to navigate around that calendar feature. Okay. Because when you're saying it was grayed out, you're talking about the okay was grayed out. It's just a matter of getting the calendar, the dates correct. Guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back, and I'll promise to try to remember that I've put myself on mute. All right, guys, I am back, and you know the interesting thing to me, and I'm just going to do a quick check here. The interesting thing to me is that this EAF has not shown up on any other scan that I've got, other than the gap continuation or reverse scan. I'm just checking around. I don't see it on any other scan that I've got. Ah, now it's okay. It is showing up now as a bounce play for you, Zach. I know you know that. But this has been awesome. You know what's awesome about it? No exits. No exits, guys. I mean, look how it's traded. I mean, there's nothing that would get you out of this trade yet, you know, other than if you want to play Zach's bounce scan. But I mean, in all seriousness, though, I mean, it's been straight down in the 15s. It has, you know, there's only one little bottoming tail there that, you know, maybe, but I mean, it's been hardly any green candles is what I'm saying. There's not been whippiness up and down, up and down. Now, 10, as you know, I really think 10 is a tough nut to crack. So I've taken some out, okay? The minute I see that 10, I mean, it's such a psychological number, okay? So I've taken some out, and we'll see what happens, you know, if it has a big bounce or not. I don't know. But it didn't show up in any other scan. If you pick the same two dates in the past, Thiago, if you pick the same two dates before you go, I mean, that's what I did. I just wanted to pick the same two dates to make sure that worked. You pick different. It might be, though, it's just tricky. Let me see if I can figure it out. I don't. Let me do it off screen so I don't embarrass myself. So today, okay, so this is what I did with this one. I went history, I took time frame, I said today, and then I went 3 days ago. And 3 days ago. Now that was on the first. Okay, I actually had it on the first. So I just picked 3 days ago. I didn't use the calendar feature. If I go 4 days ago, 5 days ago, okay, so it's not grayed out for me. See what's happening? If you can't get it when you're picking the same two dates, then there's definitely something wrong, okay? But I'm just demonstrating right here, you know, time frame. I could have picked today, I guess, and 5 days ago, and you know, 11 days ago. I'm sure it's going to fill up. Okay? And then, of course, the dates, you just have to have your date column. But try the same two dates. If it's still grayed out, then there's something going on. The only other thing I can think of, you have a live connection, is a green ball. Oh, okay, yeah. It is a little tricky. I'll give you that. You know, it's a little bit tricky sometimes to use that calendar. But okay, glad. I'm glad I could save you from having to talk to our tech support. Okay, Sam, how can the repeat option in an alert window be turned off? Just uncheck it. So if you go to an alert window and go to properties, okay, and it says don't repeat, one of the options, don't repeat, and just turn it off. Just uncheck it. I mean, that's typically, you know, what that will be the default. Okay. So again, you just have to go to right click on an alert window, go to properties, and then go to the don't repeat, and now you can uncheck it. Yeah, I'm not cheering against you quite yet. Boy, it tried to take out 9 and 10 in a big way. Again, I have some of this ETH left. Just out of curiosity, is EAF showing up on anybody else's on another scan for anybody? It's not even showing up on my earnings place. It's on 2-year scans, Torps? Okay. So here's another one. I don't know if it's because of the scaling I've got or something. I don't know why. This Egan looks like it is flatlined also. This is also an earnings play, February 3rd, after hours, released after hours. And this is a gap up and go. However, okay, now yes, these things usually trade on their own, but I don't understand what's going on here. This just doesn't look right. It looks like, when I see a chart that looks like this, it looks like this is a buyout. Well, it's on his bounce. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, Mark. Okay, the basic new high. Yeah, it's on his bounce, but I was talking about on the way down. So again, the Egan has just showed up as a gap up and go, but I'd rather see if I were to take this one, I'd like to see the market at least being on our side. But the other thing is, look at the month. So 1236 is the next high looking left. Okay. Will that stop it? 1236 from 1218? To me, it just doesn't have a ton of room to move. So that's why, I'd be taking a pass. I haven't looked at the races at all today. Well, Egan is moving. Guys, maybe now this probably the gap up and the gap continuation or reverse scan. I think I do remember why I stopped watching it. It works pretty well during earnings season because that's when you get the big gaps. Otherwise it's pretty dead. You obviously get some stocks gapping up and down outside of earnings season, but you get a lot more during earnings season. That is showing up in my earnings plays up, yes. But again, I'm a little reluctant because I just think there's, what did it get to? It got right up to 1229, and right there is 1236. All this is right around that area. And it's not a big float though, 21 million in the float. So listen, if it gets a real bid, people really want this. It could move, but I'm just not that interested. Still have some of the EAF left, just in case it wants to take out 10 again. So again, if you have our premium service, You know, this is how I track the AI. I would click on new from our toolbar and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay? And when you do that, this is the window that you're going to see. Nothing happens until at least 9:35. In other words, you don't get any alerts in the pre-market. I would incorporate this window as part of your layout. Okay, so then, for instance, Monday morning, you load trade ideas before 9:30. Window is blank, and then you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them will be up to you. You have, you have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the time, and you have an exit, a stop price. Okay, how you trade it will be up to you. You've heard me say this time and again. I never take a trade. I don't auto trade. Okay, I don't auto trade. So I always, every alert that I get, I want to be able to just take a quick look at the charts, what the market's doing, size it up, and then I make my determination if I want to take a trade. Okay, so I never auto trade. Okay, so Thiago, the question was, where do we get that strategy trades all window? And I don't go over anything else. I mean, there's another window you can open. Make it easy on yourself, okay? This is all you really have to see. So click on new, and I'm not just talking to you, Thiago. Click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window, okay? The trades window. Forget about everything else. Just forget about everything else. That's all you really want to see. Make it really easy. Okay, I want to quickly go over this window that you see that is called Brokerage Plus. No, there's the Egan. Would it be this easy just to follow this continuation or reverse all day long? Nah, I know. So, I put in a link for Brokerage Plus, okay? And if you click on that link, this link here, Brokerage Plus, there were two videos. The short video shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay? But listen carefully, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means you don't have access to this feature option, okay? You can only be using, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this is not available, okay? Now, the other big reason for this, though, is as a simulator, paper trader. So you can practice trading using this. Now, it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data, okay? And you just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. You pick, if you want to buy it, you click the buy button. You pick how many shares. Once that's all set, then you send it, and now you're in simulation mode. Of course, that's the same way if you're. I should go back. There's a second video in that Brokerage Plus. In a longer video, goes into a lot more detailed explanation of how to use this window. Okay, and of course, so if you are attached, you see right here, there's an option underneath Brokerage Plus, two options, live and sim. So again, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you want to use this window, you can. The second video, a lot more detail about how you can use this, but it's the same principle in the simulator for the second video. So you just, you click on an alert, pick how many shares you want to trade. You want to go market, if the spread's okay, you can go market. Yeah, otherwise, you click limit. But you can practice trading using this window. You can practice swing trading, because if you don't exit the trade at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading. Okay, one moment, please. All right, so just checking the market here. So we had this little pop up, a little rest, and now we're moving down a little bit again. So a little bit of a little choppiness in the market. I mean, and this, I've been mentioning this DWAC over and over again, and how, I mean, look at the choppiness, topping tails, bottoming tails, up, down, up, down. I mean, I'm not, if you're going to take this sort of a trade, you cannot take very many shares if you have a stop. Where are you going to put your stop? I mean, if you put your stop way down here, that's fine. You want to put a stop way down here, but remember, you always have to manage your risk. So if you get into a trade, at $84 or 83, and you've got a stop, you got a $3 stop. That's fine. If you take 100 shares, that means you're risking $300 if it goes against you. And if you're comfortable with that sort of risk, then fine. You all remember, going into a trade, you have to, in my opinion anyway, you have to have an area where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working, and that'll also share size you. Because I mean, the other aspect is always, well, okay, if it works, if it doesn't work, how much am I really prepared to lose on this trade? Is it $100? Is it not just this trade, but any trade you get into? And how much you're prepared to risk on any trade really is dependent on your account size. I mean, you're not going to risk $1,000 if you have a $5,000 account. And you should try to keep the amount you're risking per trade about the same. So you're not going to risk 100 one trade, 1,000 the next, 500 the next, 25 the next. I try to keep it all around the same amount. And whatever you do, do not get into reverse trading, revenge trading. You have all the best intentions in the world. You risk $100 the first trade, you lose it. You go, man, I better risk 200 the next trade, so I can get that 200 I lost and then be up 100. You lose it. Now you're down 300. I better risk 400 the next trade, and on and on and on. It's very easy to succumb to that. And you get mad at the market for not doing what you want it to do. Wow, look at Facebook, guys. I mean, this has to start dragging these down. I mean, I don't know what Pins is doing, but look at Facebook here. I mean, it's way below now. Well, not way below, but what was the low yesterday? 235, so it's at 230 now on a percentage basis. I mean, it's $5 below, but man, oh man. I'm sure people thought, well, maybe this little pop after hours, with Snap and Pins and all those other ones, moving on earnings, maybe that would put a bit of a bottom in, but not even close. Okay, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. If you can remember what it looked like about 10 minutes before the market opened. So click on, from the toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar. Use Dock Channel Bar. Always use Dock Channel Bar, okay? Why? One of the things we did was you use the Dock Channel Bar, and then when you click on a channel within the Dock Channel Bar, your layout doesn't disappear. Okay, so that's the reason to use the Dock Channel Bar. All these channels are theme-based, and you can start extracting scans from them that you might like, and thereby creating your own layout. So I still see energy. I thought maybe I was going to see a big reversal in energy, but no. Do see a reversal, a little bit of one in maybe financials. I see actually tech has gained a bit since we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened. But you can see healthcare, only 10% of the healthcare stocks that make up XLV are up for the day. So if you want to take a healthcare stock, or get into a stock in that sector, not necessarily one of these, they're not all in here, of course, then you're going against the grain. And unless it's trading on its own, it has great earnings or some press releases come out, I mean, you're against the trend of the sector. You should always be aware what your sector is doing. If you're trading something that is, not typically doesn't have any news. Yeah, I think I'm done with the ETH. Looks like it's in a nice little bounce. First one alert was at 10:15 and then at 9:91, so a nice little bounce. And now, just going to wait for some more to come in. My scanner has gone silent. All my scanners have gone silent in the last little while. Now the E-gain again. I went over why I didn't like this one. I thought too much resistance nearby. Also, the market is starting to drift down. I don't want to see them. I know it's an earnings play, so in theory, it should trade kind of on its own, which it is. I mean, it hasn't. It's not doing what the market's doing. But I'd rather not see the market drift down if I'm going to be taking a long play. Okay, I'm just looking at some thumbnail charts. There's the pins. I mean, the pins, again, to me, it just looks like pins is going to do the same. Snap is at least, I think, still... Oops, wrong symbol. I mean, Snap is still way up, okay, 45% compared to the pins. You mean where is the dock channel bar? Are you talking, so I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, Mr. Guillaume. So you access the dock channel bar from our toolbar, click on New, and then dock channel bar. And again, all sorts of theme. Let's take a look at the racing here. Haven't talked about it too much, but basically here's the S&P. You want to track what's happening in the S&P? You just click on it. I have not. No, Zach, I have not. I know he said he was really trying to learn options. We're going to spend, I think, a month really trying to learn options. Okay, so if you don't see Doc Channel Bar, then you're on a very old version of Trade Ideas, okay? That's the only reason you don't see it. Let me just, so you should go to our homepage. I'll give you the link. Go to the home, I'll give you the link to my homepage. That's the only reason you don't see it. I mean, you must be on a very old version because it's been there for months and months and months. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and scroll to the top, click on download and scroll past that production version, go to this version, guys, right here. Okay? Now, before you do it, now I'm not 100% sure that this is the one with the .NET change. Yeah, because what happened to me yesterday, I actually had to reboot my computer. I mean, I've been downloading new versions since 2010. That's the first time. So it's probably hundreds of times I've downloaded new versions. And this is the first time. So you may not want to do it during market hours, okay? Because you might get booted. You might have to do a reboot of your computer. It should tell you, though. So let me go back to that race. So the racing is a new feature. It's still being, shall we say, tweaked, okay? And basically what it does is it takes a top list, okay? And you can launch your own race. You can, based on your own top list, and you can attach a symbol list to your top list. You just want to track your own stocks. Where I'm finding it helpful for me personally, because I'm not a big pullback player, is that what happens is when the race starts, and this will change also. We're going to get this thing starting after 5 seconds instead of 30. If it's a 10-minute race, this is going to race now for 10 minutes. So basically, it's going to show you who on the S&P who's moving down and who's moving up. Okay, so it's kind of so since we start the race, these are the percentages. I mean, nothing earth-shattering right now. But hey, listen, since we started this race, NOV down 2%. Okay? As an example. Energy play, interesting. Okay? But the thing about, you see, when you typically look at a top list, you're looking at the ones near the top. Okay, as you have them sorted. So, and that's what I always have been doing, or ones near the bottom, potential longs near the top, potential shorts near the bottom. I always miss out the ones in between. But this one, for instance, Etsy, as an example, I mean, I have no idea, but Etsy could be one of those ones that's kind of in the middle that I would not necessarily see, but all of a sudden it's ramping up. Okay, so you can see right now, I mean, Look what's happening on the SPY. All sorts of red here. Stocks that are starting to, move down since I started this race. Only, there's a few that have moved up, but the majority have done nothing. So it's a bit of a gauge what's happening with the SPY. And this race will run for 10 minutes. You can, of course, and it'll pull back. So look what happened with NOV. At one point, so NOV is obviously pretty choppy. If I look at a chart on it, probably be a little bit up and down. So at the beginning, NOV was kind of leading the race on the way down, and then obviously there was a bit of buying that came in, and that pulled it back. So it's kind of a visual interpretation. Instead of having to look at all sorts of different charts, you can kind of see these charts at a glance to kind of give an idea of what it's doing. So what I was saying though, for me, look at Look at okay, there's a RDBX, okay? So I would not normally see RDBX because it's not making a new, for me, because it's not making a new high or a new low. It's in the middle of the pack. So this, if I'm able to concentrate on things like this can maybe give me pullback plays for me personally. Something that is pulled back and then is moving. I mean, I'm not a big pullback player. But it's no problem having this up and running all day. This is a 2-minute race. It'll start, and it's on what I call auto. So it'll just keep going on and on all day long. And all this is being refined so that, for instance, I'd be able to tell, well, how many races did RDBX just won the last race? How many times has it won a last race? So there might be something, instead of my having to scroll up and see, might be maybe in parentheses, maybe a 2 or 3 or 4, depending on how many races it's won. And again, you can take your own top list. Here's a top list, right click, launch real-time stock race. Okay, and it's all based, the race is based on, okay, you want to change from the open, change from the close, a new 5-minute high, a new 5-minute low. It's all what you want it to race on. And you'll have to have the column header. So because it'll look at this based on, you can see right here, these are the only column headers I have. Now look at EGAN. Maybe I'm wrong. EGAN. Now there is a video on all this. Okay, I would recommend, if you're interested in taking a look at this in a little more detail, you can go to my home page. Click on my home page link. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, okay, you'll come to my homepage right here, and then click on Education section, click here. Okay, and then click on the user guide right here. And then we added this section so you don't have to search for it. I think it's down near the bottom. TI stock race, okay? Video that's done on it should explain a lot about what the stock race is, how to set it up, okay, for your own top list window if that's what you want to do, okay? So I would take a look at this. I mean, but guys, look, the bottom line is, how do you use it to make money? It's okay to see these races. And I mean, a couple of ones yesterday, and I think on Monday when the market was doing this, there were some excellent alerts from it. The other thing too is that this is all changed from the close. I mean, it's based, you can have it change from the open, but these are the ones that are so-called up from the change from the close, okay? You could reverse it, especially if the market's doing something like this, you just reverse it and say, okay, I don't really care, I want to see the ones that are moving down. So you see Snap moved up a little bit here. I would never have seen this. You see, I would not see this. So now at least I know maybe Snap is trying to come back. But I'm also looking at Facebook. I see a green candle for Facebook also on the 15-minute chart. I just think that Facebook will drive all these. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I noticed this one just started to trade. Okay, 8 million shares, 15 to 17. Barclays and Bank of America, they were behind this one. Let's see what it's doing. So remember, 15 to 17, that was the projected IPO price at. So right now it's at 18. Not that many shares. If anybody wants, I can show you how I'm doing this regarding the IPOs. Yeah, Denver, I mean, I see this all the time. Don't trade out of boredom. Don't feel you have to be in a trade all day long. I know some of you, you you need that. Try to control it to a certain extent. And like a ruler here, he would be saying, don't take stocks that are in consolidation. You don't know which way they're going to go. So you can get chopped out so many times. Your account can get chopped up just by taking trades that are not really great setups. So, you take a great setup that doesn't work, that's fine. You take something that's very marginal, that you cannot check all your boxes, as we always talk about when you take a trade, actually you should be looking for reasons not to take a trade. You can't, so you should have some kind of a checklist. If you can't check every box, don't take the trade. And some days, you may not trade, you may not trade at all. Maybe everything you're looking at, you cannot check, you cannot check every box. Okay, what was the high here? The high was 19. Let's see if this takes this out later on. Well, my great setups are not necessarily your great setups, okay? Um, for me, understand that most of my boxes have already been checked based on my scans. Okay, because I'm never going to see something that's outside of a price range that I want. It's always going to have at least the minimum volume that I need. It's always going to have the minimum relative volume that I need. Things like that, okay? So most of the boxes are already checked. So my next thing then is clicking on the alert, and then I'm looking left. You hear me say it all the time. Look left, look left, look left. Look at the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see where the next resistance area could be. The next high. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to A, get there, or B, stop there. But that's one of my personal things. That I have to be able to check that box if I see. That's why, I didn't really like the E gain. I'm looking left and yeah, it's moving okay, but I'm looking left and I just see what I think is too much, little highs right there that could stop it. So I can't check that box. Okay, so I don't take the trade. It may run. It may run, and because it's an earnings play, and so be it. But even if I can't check all the boxes, I mean, if I look at it and there's a lot of room looking left, but if it's if I'm looking and it's 5 15-minute candles in a row up, I'm not going to take the trade. It's too extended for me. So the next step is okay. Even if there's room, like this would be awesome. I'd be looking at this and yeah, nice little base here, great little base here. If let's just say I look left here and it stocks at 1221, and the next high was up here, okay, at 1850 or 1880, I'd be all over this, okay. But I still wouldn't take it if it's like 5 15-minute candles up in a row. I'd want to see it kind of rest a bit, and then maybe pop out of some consolidation on volume. So, there's a lot. So what I'd be doing then, if that were the case, I'd be putting a price alert, where I'd like to see it take out, and then then I just forget about it. I get the price alert, it pops up on my screen, I click on the alert, then I look, did that happen on volume? And then if that happened, then I'd probably almost for sure take the trade. But that's mine. That's me, how I trade. That's why I don't trade very much. Okay guys, Ford is actually having a little bounce. Now I did notice that it showed up at 11:22, what time is it now, 11:22? It showed up in the gap down and go, and it was at 1755. What did it get it down to? Yeah, it didn't really do it, you see? I mean, there's no such thing as a scan that works 100% of the time. So the alert happened here for Ford, a gap down and go, which meant a gap down and maybe keep going down, but it actually bounced. However, Mara, it had the pullback, but it is still, so if you took that trade on the gap and go, and it got up to here, you should have taken some out, in this area. Maybe not everything, watch it base. Maybe, I mean, there's no way I would have been out most of it here, and certainly here. Now, but, it's one of these things where treat it like a watch list. It could resume at any time. My whole idea of this is that I don't want to get too many alerts. I put some pretty tough filters in here, so I don't want to get like alert after alert after alert all day long. So guys, what I'm going to do today is I know I'm going to shut this room down at 3:30. When I hand the YouTube link or YouTube room off to Chris at 3:30, I'm going to keep this room open. And if you guys could stay here maybe for 5 minutes, because I am going to do a complete reboot of my system just to see, take that out of the equation to see if that's clearing up the blurriness. It shouldn't matter, but who knows? So I'll keep the room open after 3:30. Then I'll shut down, reboot, but the room will still be open. And then hopefully some of you guys will be in there and you can tell me if the screen is not as blurry. The only indicator that I really look at is the 200-day. Yeah, I'm very aware where the 200-day moving average is. So that would be the other thing, if I looked, and even if it was a great looking pattern and everything, and I saw the 200-day was really close, I'd say, no, not taking it. This is another Bitcoin play, I think, right? Isn't Mark a Bitcoiner? I thought Mark got into Bitcoins. I may be wrong, or into that sector. Yeah, so like what Denver is talking about is the Zach's topping play. So okay, here's the topping play, BTF. And first alert here, 1531, another one at 1540. Doesn't mean you hop into the trade immediately. But now you've been alerted to this. Now this is a Bitcoin, okay, ETF. I'm not saying this is ideal, but now you get alerted to this. Now you can start watching and see if it, excuse me, maybe takes out the 8 EMA on the 5-minute chart. Maybe that starts it down. Things like that. You use it like a watch list. The same thing on the bounce. You get an alert doesn't mean you take the trade immediately. Now, I mean, we get so few of these that you can start to watch and say, okay, let's keep an eye. Maybe it takes out a little moving average of some sort that you follow. None of these alerts are, you get an alert, take the trade immediately. These are just ideas. This is why the program is called Trade Ideas. It's not called Trade It when you get the alert immediately. That's not what the program is called. See, I mean, I may be completely wrong about the IGAN. Maybe it's going to rise all day long, but, it just didn't meet my requirements. But, right now it looks pretty good. Well, listen, I mean, it's got a shot to go parabolic because of that float. 21 million in the float. I mean, that's very low. So, I mean, the next high looking left on the monthly is 12.99, so I guess that's far enough away. And there's that 12.36 3 months ago, so it's basically right there. So listen, there's an argument to be made that if it takes out that 12.36 in a big way, then it's got a shot to the 13 level. That's the next high looking left. But you have to make up your mind. Don't wait for me to say, okay, take this trade now. But it's definitely becoming a little more attractive to me because if it takes this out, the volume is, decent still, 28 times normal. Overall volume is not huge, but, it's a relative volume that you look at. Shoot, the one I missed was SkyWest. I mentioned if you were in the room pre-market, I mentioned this one had 2 downgrades this morning. It's an earnings play, but I just got tied up on other stuff. And that's the SKYW. So you're right, Pavlin. What I might do is, and so no, see, I can't do it. That's right, I can't do it. The reason I can't do a reboot is that it stops the YouTube. I knew there was a reason. It stops the YouTube stream, and Chris will be there, or somebody will be there. So that's why I can't do it right now. So I'll wait till 3:30. I knew there was a reason. Yeah, well, so what to you, but people get booted out and they may not come back. So I can't do that to the guys who take over YouTube. So that's the reason. Well, you know, any is actually did a lot better. Look at the volume that's just coming into any. Okay, there's the pre-market or post-market high yesterday. It was about 3. Super. Look, I mean, look at the volume increasing on the 5. But right there, biggest volume bar of the day, and you know, had some kind of a news about a Bitcoin miner deal after hours. So for fun, just to show you how you do this, now I'm going to click on the buy. We'll take, we'll take 500 shares of it. The spread is a penny, so you can go in at the market. I'm going to click the buy. Okay. And send it. Okay, so it took the trade 595. Sorry, it's 290 is 590. 296. I'm just doing this. To show you how you can take a trade. Okay, I'm not saying this is not ideal because it's so extended right now, coming into a whole number. But oh man, NVCT guys, this was one that was, I think, supposed to come out a long time ago, 3 weeks ago, and it never did. Maybe wrong. I can't remember. Casa might know. Anyway, there it is. It just opened. I can't believe that it's supposed to open between 12 and 14. I think that's what might happen. 2.3 million shares though. So the IPO, it just opened. I think this is one that we were waiting for maybe even a month ago. So they must have, maybe they reduced the share, their IPO expectation. Yeah, it says IPO price at $5. So I have a feeling that that's what happened. They yanked that. They yanked it. All right, so, but very few shares. So the IPO was priced at $5, okay? So they must have revised that horribly downwards, okay? Now let's watch this one because of the number of shares. So I don't usually trade IPOs the first day, number one, okay? But these crazy ones, and when I call them crazy, very, very cheap, very few shares issued, they can go nuts sometimes. And so what I will do is just put an alert, a high of the day. It doesn't mean I'm going to take it there. It just means I want to know about it if it happens. But I have to admit, some of the ones that were like this, like the FGI, really didn't do the nutty thing. Okay, this is very similar to it. Number of shares, same kind of an IPO range price. Didn't really do very much. But of course, the one that what was it, TKLF? Is that the one? Yeah. So the TKLF though, that is one that did go absolutely crazy. You know, not many shares, and it got all the way up to 40 that same day. No reason. Now look at it though, okay? So not for the faint of heart. But, I mean, market is choppy. That run on the SPY for 45 minutes, a base, then a move down for an hour. Now we're moving up 45 minutes. So, I mean, the market is pretty choppy. Okay, so a lot of people in the room use the 8 EMA and the 20 SMA, okay, for the crosses, but a lot will use the 8 EMA. Let's see, obviously it's not going to have anything here, but let's take a look at Snap. So on the various time frames, there's the 8 EMA, there's a cross, okay? So I mean, this cross, in theory, is signifying a potential long trade. Okay, when the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, you know, you can see at that point, of course, did it work well from there? Yeah. There's a cross right there on the 5 minute, 36.05. Okay, the higher the time frame, maybe the more solid will be the play, but you're also not getting it earlier. I mean, hopefully that makes sense. Doesn't mean that it's going to 100%. Just because you get a cross doesn't mean it's 100%. But I know definitely I think on the 5 minute chart, he'll track that 8 EMA. And so if he's in a trade, as long as it doesn't break down below it, he'll keep in the trade, as an example. Doesn't mean I do the same thing, but I'm aware of it. And look at Facebook, guys. I keep saying Facebook and is going to, I think, be the driver behind any sort of a move for Snap and Pins. Pins is doing the same thing as Facebook. You can use a 9. I mean, I know they're out there. People do use a 9, but it's up to you. I don't think there's one that's any better than the other. The bottom line is, if you find one EMA, period, working better than another, yeah, keep with it. Yeah, well, I think what he would say though is, you can keep in the trade as long as it doesn't break down below the 8 EMA or the 8 EMA. Wow, this one is taking a big hit here. I thought it might have been an earnings play, but look at NWL. NWL, I thought it might have been an earnings play. They declare a dividend. They did declare a dividend yesterday. Maybe they didn't think the dividend was good enough. I don't know. 23 cents a share. Really? All it says is it's not shortable, which is typical, the first day of an IPO, typical that it's not shortable. You got me intrigued. I should take a share just to see. I mean, I do see No, okay, Andy, yes, it is Andy. He just confirming with me that that he'll be in the YouTube room at noon when I do take my break. You know what? You're right. You're right. I just tried to take a little trade in NVCT, and I got that pop-up message saying it's not available for trading. No, that's kind of weird. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why. I've only seen that, I think, one other time in 65 years. So I have no explanation for that. It's probably something that is, I don't know why, maybe it's some kind of a special classification within IB, and maybe I haven't checked our permission to do something. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it, but well, Bill was way up in the pre-market. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, another move for Bill. Earnings play, of course. Maybe, I don't know. Boy, this NWL is really breaking down here, guys. I don't know if it's just because of the dividend. So what's the next low looking left? 2176, so it's very close. I mean, it's too late for me now, but I didn't see this one. Probably, yeah, a lot of my scans have a minimum volume of 3 for the relative volume. Sorry, minimum relative volume of 3. So that's why I wouldn't see this scan or this chart. Yeah, like anything, the VWAP is a gauge, absolutely. I mean, I have it up here. I'm aware of it. Does it dominate my thinking? No, but I'm certainly aware of it. Are you serious? Did that just happen, Rob? FBI seized computers from short seller Andrew Leff. So he's Citron. Haven't seen Citron lately. I mean, it's got to be the reason. I mean, they declared the dividend right after the market closed yesterday, but nothing really happened here. And now this. I mean, I don't quite understand why it's being hammered here. I mean, obviously the market's not affecting it. Okay, I'm just looking again at my thumbnails. Well, Snap is, well, just look at Facebook. You know, I know it sounds like a broken record, but put a well, watch. You don't have to do this. I can just show you on my thumbnail charts. All right, look at Facebook. Look at Snap. Facebook, Snap. And I'm almost 100% sure Pins is doing the same thing. Yeah, I mean, they're just following Facebook right now. Meanwhile, Newell, which I'm not in, you know, this E-gain is looking more and more interesting now. It's over that 1236, barely. Love to see some volume come in. Okay, almost my cue for my break. My headset just died on me. Just a minute.
Hello, traders. Let me know when you can hear me and you can see my screen. Testing 1, 2, 3. All right. Hi, Debbie. How are you? Hi, Zach. Great. Great. Glad you guys, we made the transfer. For some of you guys who are new, my name is Andy. Okay, one of the longtime traders here. And this is the support webinar. So if any of you guys have any questions about the software, you want to look at maybe how to build like a configuration or anything that you might have, we can dive, except maybe like custom formulas. That's not my forte. So uh, anything else I could probably help you with. Hi, Iris. How are you? Thank you. But hi, Tom. Let's see. It's a little bit low. I got it cranked up pretty high. Let's see. Let me crank it up a little bit more. Is that better? Testing 1, 2, 3. Let me. Okay. Good. Good. Glad that's better. All right. So let's take a look at the market. And what have we here? Wow, we're just kind of pinned in between the 10 and the 200 on the bottom of the SPYs, and we got right above it is the 20. So kind of in no man's land. A lot of back and forth today in the market. Definitely some opportunity out there for sure. Yeah, the volatility is it can cut both ways. It can be great. It can be great for a lot of experienced traders and a lot of momentum traders, but yeah, it can be difficult as well. That's why basically I've been hedged for the last probably 6 weeks. I just I'm playing longs, but I I keep a short position just to kind of keep it hedged, and maybe that if we do get a major sell off, a correction or something like that, maybe that will end up paying off. But yeah, that's what you got to do, Iris. I mean, yeah, let's look for the opportunities. I think there's definitely some opportunities. One of the trades I've been in for a while is Hood. I thought this was setting up really nice. If you look right here, let me just go ahead and draw the line. Anytime I see a critical pivot level, and I tweeted this before it kind of broke out of this area. I actually got in down here around $11 on because I noticed, and I'll tell you another one here that I did too. Anytime I see a stock that's gotten clobbered this much, over the last several months, and they have bad earnings, and it did gap down on the bad earnings, I'm always looking for those opportunities because what you'll find a lot of time is it's just priced into the stock, and Hood just happened to be one of those that are was priced in. That's a little tip, you guys. You can use in your favor. I mean, see what's happened to the stock going into earnings. Don't just look at the earnings and say, "Oh, earnings bad, stock going down." Because a lot of times it'll be priced in, and you can watch the action in the early morning and get a good feel in the first 10 or 15 minutes. It's either short covering, new buyers just potentially thinking it's a generational low. Whatever reason. That's something I always do when a stock's been beaten up. Something that I rarely do, and I was telling the guys, all day yesterday was, I held snap into earnings because It traded down 23% on sympathy with Facebook the day after Facebook's earnings, and I've never seen that. That's just a huge sell-off, a sympathy sell-off, for another stock, even though, there was a good chance that, yeah, their ad revenues were going to be down too. But I looked at this and I'm saying, well, Facebook Facebook was close to, it was 15% off all-time highs when its earnings came out. And now you had Snapchat on this day right here was down 70% from its all-time highs. So it was taking an incredible hit on Facebook's earnings, even though in my mind I think this was priced in. So I rarely do this, but I bought a little of this on the close just because I just felt like there was going to be value there, like it was either priced in, or if they beat earnings like they did, it was going to be a huge move, and it was. So it's not something I will, typically will tell you never, if you're an active trader, not investing, that's different. But if you're, an active trader, maybe, don't buy stuff into earnings. But when I see, I just thought that was a great opportunity there. But I won't. I won't look at them unless they're really, really oversold. Yeah, I definitely got fortunate there. Like I said, I bought small size just because I really felt that even if the earnings were bad, they sold off 23% going into earnings on the day of. It's like, come on, So I was thinking, worst case scenario, maybe $2 or $3 at the worst to the downside, but look at the risk, look at the reward, to the upside. It was just huge. I did sell half on the open. I still have half my position. But not that's my only two positions or hood. I'll just show you my positions right now. I'm in Snap and I'm in hood. And these are not. I wish these were real values. Trust me, my positions are a lot smaller than these. And then I've been SPXS. That's my little hedge against the market. I mean, my positions. And that's really all I have. I was watching these riots, but I missed it. I got some alerts for possible pullback in some of in Riot and Mara just because of the Bitcoin having a nice move today. But here's another good tip, guys, in this market. Okay, when it's volatile like this, and let's face it, our trend has kind of been down since the start of the year. Don't ever chase. Okay, you will get your price because there's going to be eventually a down move coming soon. So if you're gonna buy, like I was hoping on this pullback right here that Riot was going to pull down to this area right here. I didn't get it, and then it popped real quick. I said, no, I'm not going to chase in this market. I'm not going to buy anywhere near highs because I know, in this market, more than likely I'm going to get another opportunity. Yeah, Debbie, that's a good one. SARK is a good one, which is the inverse of ARK. Now, once again, when they get down to these oversold levels, with the rotation that we've seen in the markets, you got to be careful by buying SARK. When ARK, let's face it, what's that down? Probably 2060. So you're down basically 40% over the last 2.5-3 months. So you got to be careful buying SARK, which is going to be inverted to that. But I can see if this were like to pull back to this area, well, you probably need this is the inverse, so you probably need to use ARK. Anyway, I think you know what I'm talking about. Probably the best hedge out there right now, and I got because I've been doing IWM because IWM is just weak. Okay, so you can either short IWM, or what Steve and I like to do is buy TZA, and you get like a triple bang for your buck there on TCA. So that one, this one's a great hedge in the current market, and I have been doing this a lot. But lately, I thought spiders were had a chance to sell off the most, and I did very well right now. But I'll be honest with you, I added back into my SPXS. I've been scalping this thing every time it gets up to these areas where it keeps putting in the wick. Well, what that means is the spiders are bouncing. The market's bouncing in those areas. So I did sell some up here, but what happened is when it pulled back, I bought around, I think 1966 is where I bought some a little bit underwater in this, not underwater in this hedge, because I kept a position ever since this level right here. Anyway, I'm not going to get you. What does I do is I maintain a small position, and I will scalp out, a good chunk of it every time it gets up to these levels. So my average price is kind of wacky right now since I've been in and out so much, but I'm definitely in this SPXS. All right, question here, Pamela. I Googled, when you walk me through external linking, I am trying to link TrendSpider. It was a bit confusing. Pamela, I know some of the basic linking to some of the, softwares, like I used eSignal and linking with, what was the last one I used? Sterling. Those are just basic link. I think TrendSpider may be a little bit quirky, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you, either go to our online chat. They can help you there. So just go to our website, trade-ideas.com, and look for the little chat blurb in the margin where you can enter our chat room, because we have people who specialize in that. I'm not one of those specialists. I know some basic linking, but I think TrendSpider is a little bit quirky. So either send it to, an email to info@trade dash. But your best bet is just going to our online chat, because there's guys in there that can help you and get you going. So just go to trade-ideas.com, and yeah, that's going to be your best bet. Somebody will be in there and that can help you and get you straightened out, get you a document for it possibly. Okay, Debbie, how long do you find it makes sense to hold before the daily? Yeah, here's the thing, Debbie, you're right there. And if you're going to have, a major correction in the market, which has the potential maybe over the next, couple of weeks or month, I think you're going to be okay. They are kind of a little bit toxic, and they're going to have some decay over time. But that being said, as long as the market is moving and kind of volatile like that, I don't think it's going to, make that much of a difference. It's not like if you buy some TZA, well, let's just pull it up, and you can see here right now. See, you can see the nice moves, and yeah, when the market gets a major bounce, you're going to see a big pullback. It's not that much of a deal in these kind of environments now, where you do. Let me just pull the spies up now. When you do get into like a long, kind of a slow creep up, this is where you're going to see decay. So you don't want to be in like a market that's kind of grinding higher or even going sideways. But when it starts to get, volatile like it has the last few weeks, the reward can be so much greater than the daily decay that you're going to see. It's not even really daily decay. I'm not sure how it works, but I know there's definitely decay. I don't know if it's some sort of rebalancing, or I really don't know. But yes, I have one, and it's really easy to see. You'll notice when the spies are going up higher, and they won't be anywhere near highs, but you'll pull up like the inverse, and it'll be going to lows. So excuse me. Hold on, just one second. Okay, sorry about that. Uh, yeah, each night it may get recalculated, Debbie, but it's not in the sense where you're going to get destroyed. I mean, you're only talking about a few pennies a night or something like that. I mean, you can easily kind of look at a chart and you kind of see the decay. So yeah, it's not something you want to be in for forever. But it's great in the short term, and like I said, volatility like we're seeing now. Uh, when you do get an aggressive move to the downside in the market, these things they're triples, so you can really score big. Uh, I can remember in the see '09 was it? Yeah, '08, late '08 and '09. I mean, oh gosh, these things were like trading around $2,000 and $3,000. Because what happens is you get these extended declines in the market. And now remember, these are triples. So you really get paid when you get like several big down days in a row, because remember, it's tripled from the current price that it's trading at. It's not like let me pull something up and see if I can. Let's just do SDSs, which is a double. And let's put this on a weekly. Now this is going to be obviously this is split a couple of times. So yeah, you can see now this is split adjusted, so obviously you can't look at these numbers, okay? But you can see, if you do get going in these things, what kind of moves you can see in just like a 3 or 4 day period and something like that. This would have been the pandemic, okay? So you hit these right when you get a sharp decline in the market, and let's face it, okay? I would not be as surprised to see a 40 or 50% haircut, from all-time highs in the SPYs. On the long-term chart, you put that on a monthly, it's not that big of a move. So if you do end up getting a move like that, which, in this current environment, it's very, possible. I mean, what you can make on these triples it's just going to be incredible. So now, when you're wrong, you got to get out. I mean, it's just like any trade. Okay, if you're wrong, you get out. But holding them for a few days, Debbie, you're not going to see a whole lot of decay. Well, I can tell you this. I've been in this SPX. Let's see, on the daily. Okay, I bought some right here, and this move right here, the market, broke out of this range, and then when it reversed right here is when I first started entering it. Okay, so you can see, and I've been in it ever since. So I've been in this thing for over a month now, and still, doing very well in it. But the market goes back. If the market goes back to take out this high, I'll be out though. I'll be out. And hopefully I obviously what I do is I'm not one of these guys who is real bearish, because I'm always playing to the long side as well. Okay. So, but I don't take a whole lot of positions. So I may only have 3 or 4 positions at a time, and scalping those out to the long side while I stay short the overall market. So it's kind of a different way of doing things, but it works for me. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Debbie. You said you just got burned once holding, yes, for a month. Um, yeah, more than likely you got burnt more on the move than you did on the decay. You're welcome, Debbie. Yes, market. The market goes back. Best stock to hold is UPRO, and not one that I trade. It looks like it's just a Ultra Pro S&P 500. Yeah. And if you want to get real aggressive or for a quick move, there's always XPXL, to the long side, which you can get some nice, definitely get some nice moves with that. It is a triple. Let's see what old Snap is doing. Yes, that's for bull market. Yeah, that's for, and obviously we can't call this a bear market. We're positioned in lifetime range. The SPY is only 10%, 10% off their all-time highs. So, um, but let's take a look, guys, at what I'm talking about on the perspectives of what would happen if the market did sell off 40%, because it's really not going to be that bad. And what am I doing? Where am I at? Okay, let's take a look at the monthly. Okay, so monthly here is, let's go with 480, a nice round number. So what would a 40% move look like? 192. Okay. Is 288. So even if we get a 40% correction, we're still down here. Look at this. Even just basically right at where we were before the pandemic. So that's what I'm getting. People get scared when they hear the thoughts of 30, 40, 50% moves in the market. On the grand scheme of things, we could have a 40% correction and still be above where we were in 2 years ago. Okay, so that's why I wouldn't be surprised. Now, I'm not saying we're going to have one. I have no idea, but I think you have to be somewhat prepared if we do, because it's tempting to always buy when you get these major dips in the market. It's just tempting as a trader, and I do it. I'm always do it, even if I'm short. I'm always looking for buying opportunity. All right, guys. Anybody have any questions about the market? Come on, Hood. I want you to hold that 15 level there. Snap looks like it may be flirting around going to highs soon. Those mirror, they must have gone. No, they're pulling back now. Where's Riot? I'm going to look for a little bit deeper one. Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Sure, Robert, go ahead. REI. This must have been an old alert. And yep, there it is. I don't like. That's a nice little breakout there, potential cheap stock, but I never like chasing a move, a big old green candle like that. Go ahead, Robert, and we'll tackle that question. Let me see. Was it above? Did I miss it? Oh, I did. Long-term holds with dividends. Okay, so your question is you want to look at a long-term hold with dividends. Well, I do have a dividend, a yield, what I call a yield watcher. Now you'll need a custom formula for that, so I will have to show you it. But this is just basically a stocks that are paying a dividend yield. Now, something's wrong anytime I see these ones that are paying 30%, 19, even some of these 12 and 13s. Anything right here, I'd say 8 and below are valid. Um, but I can definitely share this with you, but I'm gonna have to first give you a. Now these are annual. These are annual. I had to convert it. We report quarterly on our filters, on our filter set, I believe. So I had to convert it to annual. So let me show you what you're going to need to do. All right, I'm just going to show you guys. So you want to go to your account management page on Trade Ideas, and just click into Custom Formulas. You'll find it in there. Once you do that, just go to Create New. Okay, it will auto put an icon in there for you. The next number available should be ready to go. So just hit Create New. And when you do, you're going to get a fresh new kind of template to create your custom formula. Sorry, I'm looking while I'm talking here.
RDBX.
There it is, dividend yield. And this is what you want to do. And I will paste this into the chat. This is the formula. Dividend yield. Well, if you're even, I get what you're saying, Steve. But even if you want something that has a good dividend, you're really not going to know the dividend without the. Let me just go ahead and I'll put this in there. Then you can just build anything. Okay, that's the formula right there, and you guys can just look at my page and see what else you put in there. Just name it, dividend yield. Units need to be percentage, and what you can do, Robert, is you can just make this a column. So basically, you can construct a top list showing stocks that are strong just by using moving averages and things like that, and then you can just put this dividend yield formula that you're using. You can create a column just like I did right here. See, you can just create a dividend yield column that will show you the dividend yield. And I'll go ahead and share this in case you want to use this. But like I said, this doesn't mean the stocks are strong. You can add, like I said, all you got to do is maybe add a filter. The stock has to be above the 50 moving average on the daily. That would assure you that the stock is at least strong over the last 50 days. All right. So let me go ahead and share this in case somebody wants it. And then I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, there's the cloud link for the dividend yield. So if I wanted to look at this and just make sure I only have stocks that are, like Steve was saying, shows good revenues. So it's not going to show good revenues, but it's going to show you a good technical stock. All you'd have to do is come in here and go to configure and just put in change 50 and put change in 50 SMA. And you can just add a filter to it and just put 0 in the minimum column. Now you know everything that appears in this window is going to be above its 50-day moving average. So I wouldn't get focused too much on revenues, because if you look at revenues and dividend, all you're doing is kind of looking at fundamentals. So I would incorporate some technicals, and this would help you do that just by making sure that it's above the 50-day moving average. And now all these stocks that you see in here are above their 50-day moving average, so they're going to have a nice constructive. That's a good one right there. Look at Prudential stock. So just take that cloud link that I just shared with you and just add what I just said. Add change from 50-day moving average and put a 0 in the minimum column, and now you're going to find nice strong stocks that are above their 50-day moving average. Does that makes okay? Good, Robert. It sounds like you got it. So now, and you can always, if you're talking about revenues, what I would do in this case is maybe add a quarterly revenue growth column, so you can just look at it in the column, or you can just add revenue, just revenues, if you want to just see the hard number of the revenues. Columns can be very powerful, guys. Don't feel like you have to build all these fancy filters, because you can just put those things in a column and look at them yourself. All right, Robert says, you're welcome, Robert, and yeah, I hope that works for you. Let me get rid of this. Take a look at some of these, actually. Morgan Stanley has been kind of hanging out, up here. It hasn't been moving much, but definitely above all of its moving averages. Has nice revenues, and actually this one right here, let's see, I believe it's trading less than cash. So in other words, its market cap, it's less than its cash minus its current debt, which is a lot of time attractive to people. All right. I may actually save. I'll drop this in there for you guys too. This could be a nice little tool to have in the coming weeks and months ahead. But let me take it off the small borders here, and let me rename it. We'll call it Yield Watcher with. I'll just put Yield Watcher above 50 SMA. And I will save this and share it with you as well. All right, there you go. And there you go, Iris. I got you a new scan today. Wait, did I save and share that? Is that the last one? Let me make sure. Let me make sure I did that right. Yeah, I did. All right, so there you go. $448 has been a tough level for the SPYs today. Okay, keeps getting up to that area and kind of failing. Tried it several times this morning. It keeps wicking, so we could very well be looking at a narrow range, maybe a possible doji day today, just kind of closing right in between our moving averages and in no man's land. Totally in no man's land. So a reason not to be heavy in any direction right now, as far as I'm concerned. IWM, maybe not so much. Still below all of its fanned out moving averages. What do you think of RDBX? Yeah, digging in, a little volume. Look at this volume. This is what I look for when I mean, I will play small price stocks, but I kind of always play them on the defensive side. In other words, if they don't do what I think they're going to do, I get out pretty quick, because typically they're trading below $5 for a reason. Very ugly long-term, daily chart on that thing, but I do like this. And I like that volume that's kicking in right now in the 5-minute, and also I noticed in the 1-minute. There you go. Doop. So got some nice volume coming in. So yeah, that may be worth a move here especially if you're a scalper. Like to have caught that, right as it broke through this 1040 range, but hey, looking like a decent bounce anyway. Maybe it gets up to $3 or even higher. That kind of volume. But not bad. But if I am looking at this chart circle, it would definitely be a scalp for me. Even if I was swing trading it, I would probably look for my target to be on this downward sloping 10-period moving average. But it's a scary one to swing trade nonetheless, because something happened on this day. All right. Mike C, not sure yet what is on Andy's L's upcoming Christmas. Andy L's upcoming Christmas list. I don't know, Mike. I enjoy Christmas, but it's a ways out. So, all right, Del Boca. Hi, does Trade Ideas have the ability to spot possible intraday reversals? If so, low float under 10 million scanners. There you go. Like Endo, yeah, Mike. That's your poison there, isn't it? Endo had a little pop earlier, and I'll get back to you in just a minute, Del Boco. I'm thinking right now if I have one. Yeah, Jamie, I think, pointed this out earlier in the day and had a nice little pop there. Scares me anytime I see all these topping tails, though. In other words, it's had a hard time closing on highs. Well, yeah, but what are you looking for when you say an intraday reversal? Yeah, we got a couple of alerts that can actually be pretty good, and we'll just go to our alert window, and this is what you can do a lot of times. Let's just get creative here. Start from scratch. Okay, so let's say you're looking for, when you say, are you looking for stocks that have basically sold off and are starting to reverse to the upside, or just the opposite? They've been strong and they are starting to potentially roll over. So are you looking to go long or short, Del Boco? Okay. So what I would do is, first thing I would do is I always do my normal, parameters. So I'd come in here and maybe do price over $5. You can always change this. Make sure the stock is doing enough volume so it's tradable. So let's just put 200,000. Wait, what am I doing? Volume today and shares. So we'll throw in 200,000 in here. We won't do relative volume at this point, but maybe we'll come back and add some relative volume just so. We can always add that as a column as well. It's always a good idea. So here's a key feature. Okay, first of all, you want it selling off and then reversing. So you probably want a pretty decent sell-off. So in other words, you don't want to find something that's only down maybe 1% or something like that. So let's go in here and let's just add a change from close. All right, change from close percentage. And let's make sure the stock is at least down, let's say 3% on the day. And we can always come back here. If we're not getting a whole lot of data coming through, we can always come back and do 2%. And here's a nice little alert we have. Let's see if I can remember the name of them. Let's go with a 5-minute. Let's see if I can find them. There we go. Okay, so we have a 5-minute bottoming tail. Okay, we have, I like the reversal ones. I think we have some. Yeah, let's do a 5-minute green bar reversal. Okay, so we can do, I would, I preferably would look at 10 minutes. And now the market's trying to bounce and go back up to highs. But let's try a 5-minute at first. So we're going to do a 5-minute green bar reversal, which means the stock has had to have sell off. I think at least 3 bars. So now we know the stock we're down 3%. We know it has at least 3 5-minute bars in a row, but we're seeing a reversal now on the 5-minute one. And what we can do is we can come back in and we can change this to 15-minute, or we can add a 15-minute. So let's just add alert. And I think that this count is how many bars you would need. Let's start off with 3. Okay. And that's all we really need for right now. Let's add some columns. And like I said, relative volume is always a good one. Maybe 5-minute volume. If it's doing a 5-minute, yeah, Steve's right. There's another one called 30-minute and 60-minute hammer. But let's do this 5-minute and add this column, because what I would like to see, if you are seeing a reversal, maybe a little bit of volume coming in. So now we can be able to look at the column and we will see what kind of volume has come in over the last 5 minutes. So that would be a nice little data point to have. And what, anything else we need? Maybe change from close. I always want to see change from close. And we'll call this 5-minute reversal. See what we got. And what I like to do is just go ahead and run a history on it. See, like this one right here, it's doing one, but it's only doing 10. So that's an anemic volume coming in right now, even though it's doing a 5-minute reversal. But let's first take a look at it and see if it's working. So we'll need to put this on a 5-minute chart. Okay, not much seen there. Let's. That's what I'm saying. This 5-minute time frame can get a little convoluted. Let's do a history and see what we got here. Yeah, we got a lot of them. Let's see, change from close. Wait. This can't be right. I must have put the wrong value in the. I did. I know what I did. Exactly what I did. I need to put this at -3 on change from close. There we go. Now these should be looking better. Okay, we're getting a lot. So let's just take a look at one and see what we got there. There's that 5-minute hammer, Steve. The problem with these hammers, I think they have to be perfect hammers. We'll check that out here in a minute. But okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do a 15-minute one. These 5s, like I said, they're kind of messy. So let's search. Let's try this one right there, 15-minute call. Count 3, and we'll take this one off and see what we get here. I think these are going to be cleaner. Let's take a look at some of these ones in the morning. That's when you're probably going to find the best deck. Now, why would that be right there? Oh, because I'm still on a 5-minute, duh. Okay, these are working. I mean, unfortunately, the market was kind of messy in these early going ones. So, in other words, these tried to bounce earlier, but the market got ugly and went to lows. So let's go out a little bit further and see if we can catch. There's Sark. There's a good one right there. Okay, you had three down candles, and then you had a nice little bar reversal right there. This one was kind of close, but when I notice a lot of times if they're close, still I'll go ahead and count it as a down, even though that's you're seeing a little bit of green there. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that. That one tried in reverse. For me, I'm getting too much in here. Yeah, Dale, thank you. Yeah, this is helpful, and this is what a lot of people say they like to see is building an alert window from scratch. So then you can kind of go in and see how somebody who's been using the software for since inception, can go about and putting these ideas and just putting them in filters. Now, what I'll do a lot of times when I see this much data, I'll go in and maybe fine tune it. Let's Steve's idea is a good one because those hammers do work. Let's try that now. Let's do a let's take this out. Let's do a hammer. Let's do a 15-minute hammer and try and see what that looks like. This percentage is what percent of the body do you want inside this hammer? So in other words, if you want a very tight one, in other words, almost near the high of the day, you would put a small percentage in there, I believe. I like to just throw 50 in there. I think this is a minimum, but let's see what we got here. And I got nothing. Okay, let me do this again. See if we leave it blank, see what happens. Okay, there we go. Okay, not getting a whole lot of data on these. And there was your hammer right there, but no follow through. Both of these are kind of early in the morning. There was your hammer. That worked for a little bit and then rolled back over. Yeah, I'm not liking it. You can see some opportunities in there, but let's face it, the market is kind of back and forth right now. We really don't have a whole lot of let me see. Another idea you can try is consecutive candles. So this is going to be a tricky one, but we're going to do this right here. We're going to go to and find consecutive candles. And let's do 5 minutes. Let's go 5-minute candles. Add filter. And we're going to do -5. So it means we had to have 5 candles in a row there. And let's go to search and let's do a 5-minute high. Let's put this back on a 5-minute chart. Let's do this. Okay, so you had at least 5 candles in a row and a potential. Now, all these stocks still have to be down 3%. So this is one that actually looks pretty interesting, although it's an ADR coming down and hitting its moving averages. Okay, after 5 consecutive, so I can see why you would. And really, it didn't hit a 5-minute high to this bar right here, so that has some potential there. Look and see what else we have. Good, not a whole lot of things coming through today. Beauty right here. Look at this one right here. Sold off all morning. Okay, boom. You got your 5-minute high right there and a nice little follow through. Stock doesn't move a whole lot, but you can see what I'm talking about there. got it right there. Then you had a little head fake. So a lot of times these aren't going to bounce right at it, but it did provide an opportunity at some point. Another good one. Look at this. Even though it tagged a 5-minute high and then pulled back a little bit, look at this follow through afterwards. Ooh, look at that one. That was a beauty. So I think I might have you a winner here. Oh, another one. Look at that. MGA, yeah, that was a really nice one. I'm seeing a lot of good ones in this. Now, you are going to be subject to the market a little bit. We did have at this time that you're seeing come through here, we did have a little bounce in the market, but that's okay. It's still pointing you to the opportunity. So you're going to see a lot of them around this 5. So let's rename this. No, we don't even have to rename it because it is a 5-minute reversal. So let's put this on real time, and I'll share it with you. And you can always take this and then just work with it, play around with it, make it your own, change some of the filters if you want to. And we'll just call it. There you go. But you can see how you can sit there and open up with an idea and play around and try 4 different methods, and you finally come up with one that, hey, that just might be effective. So there you go, Del Boca. Well, I don't need to show you the settings because I just shared that cloud link. You know how to load that cloud link, Del Boca? I'll go ahead and show it just in case you were working on one with your own. I can go ahead and show it. Click on hide unused. Okay, so there you go. So the key filters here is got to be down 3% on the day and consecutive candles, consecutive 5-minute candles, and it has to be doing enough volume to where it's tradable. And yeah, maybe focus on this 5-minute volume that you see coming in, because at that time you're seeing, let's check out this one right here. It had a little bounce. What was that MGA doing? It wasn't doing as much at that time, but obviously you don't have to have volume for stock to go up, but sometimes it's nice to see. That one actually didn't work. That's ugly. Big lots. You could always also add some filters if you only want to see strong daily charts. Maybe you can do what I showed you earlier, where the stock has to be above the 50-day moving average or something. That's up to you. Some people, if you're just looking to scalp, they don't care. Look here, Sark was in here, but didn't work. Which line you're talking about? You talking about my intraday here? What you're going to see, this one is the 10-period moving average. It's the only one I like to use on an intraday chart. And this red one's not going to work on a 5-minute. It's going to work on a 15-minute. That is the 5-day moving average. So it's going, like I said, it's going to work on a 15-minute chart. It's going to show you, and look right here on this SARC where it's bouncing. Of course, it's an inverse, so if we pulled up ARC, we might see just the opposite. Yeah, see ARC's below its 5-day moving average. Yes, good question. I've always just kept it simple, simple moving average. I keep it basic on the daily. I'm not one that looks at a lot of technicals. I just need to see some key moving averages and volume bars, and that's all I go with. I'll be happy to share this. Now, if you run a 5-minute chart, though, like this red line, it's not going to work. And the reason it is, it's because the math in it is adjusted for a 15-minute chart. But here, I'll save it for you and share it. Okay, I'll just call it Andy's 15-minute chart. All right, that ate up a lot of time. I only got about 5 more minutes left. And let's take a look at the markets in these final. And there you have it. Markets trying to make it up there toward that high, but volume is kind of waning. So be careful the rest of the day. It could just be choppy. Fridays typically, first couple of hours are the best on a Friday, and then it gets really sloppy at times. Take a look at the Qs, see if they're doing as well, and yeah, they're close to highs. IWM, not as much. They still got about another 60 cents left. What's my boy Snap doing? Yep, still flirting around close to that high. Hood, you better not disappoint me. Yeah, you're slopping around now. All right, guys. Good session, good questions. Got about 3 minutes left. So take a look at KBH. Home builders are not liking the potential for interest rate hikes. Let's take a look at the 10-year. And there you can see there's usually a pretty good correlation between this and the home builders. GLT 20-year also ugly on a multi-month low. You're welcome, Mike. You're welcome, buddy. Financials doing pretty well. They like it. Interest rates. There's XLF with a nice move there. And Hood, if you can't make any money with all that cash you got on hand with interest rates going up, then you should just hang it up. Unfortunately, sorry, these aren't recorded. We do record our afternoon webinars that we do at 5 Eastern time. We don't have any more left this week. We'll start back. We'll have one Tuesday and Thursday. Really good content in those things, and we record those. They're an hour long. But and I think Chris records his afternoon sessions that he has at, let's see, what time does he have that? 3:30 Eastern? He records those, but yeah, there's just too much recording going on. Our YouTube page gets too full of stuff if we try to record everything that we do. You can't find this on YouTube. No, you can't find these. I don't think, unless I'm wrong. Does Barry record some of his? I don't know. No, I would have to do it on my end. Yeah, so since I'm taking over, no, I know it's not recorded. So, but I think yes, Barry does some of his stuff. I mean, I don't know exactly, but maybe you can ask him when he takes over here in a minute. You're welcome, Debbie. Thank you. And I'll be calling Barry over in a minute. I won't do it right at the top of the hour, but maybe another minute. Let him know that I'm ready when he is. And you guys have a great weekend. Okay, well, if boy, that's a long recording. So, I wasn't aware with that. Now, since we take over the live stream and then hand it back to him, okay, I know this probably. I mean, there's no way this can be recorded unless they're doing something that I'm not aware of. I would think I would definitely have to record it on my end. So you're probably not getting those 9 hours. You're probably not getting this block of time in it. I may be wrong. I mean, but I'm almost certain I'm not. All right, guys. Oh, so this is recorded too, Zen? You can tell me. You can tell I'm on top of things when it comes to recording. So I've been recorded and not even knowing it, huh? Let me ask Chris real quick. He'll know. Oh, wow. Oh, yep. Okay, I'm totally wrong. I think I may have a lawsuit, man. Nobody informed me. All right, let me let Barry know. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even know. But there you go, Dale Boca. We do this will be recorded. Just go to our YouTube page and find the long 9-hour sessions and with this date, and you can run it back. All right, Barry's going to come back here in a minute, guys, and I will be done. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, man, oh man, Egan. I didn't get it. I was just basically sort of on my break here, but look at this. I was just waiting for this to maybe really get through that 1236 area. It certainly did. And now, I don't know, it's got room. There's the monthly chart to 13. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that is the next high looking left on the monthly chart, 1299. Yeah, all of these alerts are available. Alerts and filters, they're all available in the standard service. The main difference between premium and standard is this, okay? The AI, okay, where you have something that you don't do anything. I mean, you don't have to do anything. You just wait for the alerts to happen. But that's it, okay? That's the main difference between standard and premium. Wow, Sky West continued. It had a little pop, no, I'm sorry. I'm looking at something else that's triggering. It's the Egan. Well, when you say, if you guys take this one, okay, you do a history on it, and you're going to see where all these initial alerts happened. I mean, I can show you. You know, so there's the EAF. First alert was 1167. And again, I put a 15-minute delay on it on purpose. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I put a 15-minute delay on it. Just so that, things in the first 15 minutes, you can get a gap up and reverse, a gap up and reverse, and make a gap up again and reverse again and up again. After 15, things have settled down a little bit. Doesn't mean it's completely settled down, of course. But these are the only, what I like about it is that these are the only alerts. These are the only alerts from it today. Very, very orderly. Now, earnings season, this is not earnings. This is earnings. This was a press release. This was something to do with a dividend. This is earnings, and this is earnings. So a lot of these are as a result of earnings. When we're out of earnings season, this scan may really dry up. In which case, maybe we start relaxing some of the filters. Because I don't mind. I think it's awesome just to get about 6 or 7 alerts. I think it's awesome. Use it like a watch list. Zeno, are you talking to me? Well, it's not so much a preset. It's something that but I can give it to you, Del Boca. Okay, I'm sharing that scan. Okay, so if you go to my home page, so again, if you go to my home page, click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. So I have a scan section, and I'll answer your question in a minute, Zeno. So here's the scan section right there, my scans, and this is the one I'm talking about, gap, continuation, or reverse. Okay? So what you were asking, I don't think it's not delay, it's don't repeat. I think that's what you meant. Okay? So if you wanted to create out of that scan, or any scan, okay, let's say I want to create a don't repeat out of this. So what you do is you duplicate the window first. Okay? Because I still want to see this over and over again. It hammers the point home. I have a little sound alert. I know what it is, so I'm always aware that this is making either a new high in this case, or these cases making a new low, things like that. Okay, so I want to be aware of it. But in order for me to create the don't repeat, so first duplicate the scan. I'll just do it. All right, so so here it is sitting on its own. So I'm going to right click, I'm going to duplicate the scan, because again, I want this one still, and then right click, properties, and this box pops up, don't repeat, and then you have your options of the time frames. Some of you may not want it, maybe you want to see it every 30 minutes, or every hour, or every minute, up to you. But these are the options you've got. I choose to put don't for a day. All right, so I can see the very first time. Again, this is not exactly correct because I only created this later on in the day. So it's only going to show me at the time, where, if that makes sense. Okay, and then I would give it another name, and that's why I call this. So that's why I call this, give it a name, DR. For me, that's don't repeat. Everything's easy when you know how to do it, So that's exactly what I do here. Don't repeat, don't repeat. So the first alert, this is, we saw this one here, in fact. Don't repeat. Sky West, 3085 was the alert. Okay? So now you can go back in time and say, okay, what did it do from there? There was the alert at 10:37. And, you know, obviously when it got down to here, that's awesome. I'm not saying everything is awesome in every scan. These are ideas. Remember, everything, it's an idea generator. YouTube just quit? Really? Okay, I see people in YouTube. You might have to go in again. You guys can hear me in YouTube and see my screen, right? Zeno, I know I've been talking to you. Okay, now it's back. Okay. Okay. That is a big move. That's a big move for Snap. Okay, guys, I just want to, yeah, there's, I mean, Dwack, you know, you take just a few shares. I have no idea what it's going to do from here. Volume coming in, the high looking left is 83.50, and then the next one, 87. That's the next high looking left. After that, you're looking at 91.50. But, you know, choppy, you've got to, you know, it depends where you put your stop. I mean, if you followed Real's way, I mean, there's a ADMA on the 15. Here it is on the 5. You know, I mean, if you want to have a wider stop, then you're going to be taking fewer shares because, you know, you don't want to risk so much on the trade. Or the low of the previous 5-minute candle. But again, on that one, man, I mean, it's so active. You could get whipped out really, really quickly. Okay, so Shady's suggesting an 83 stop. What was 83? So a $2 stop. Right about there, right at the low of that candle there, which is probably the low of that. So yeah, so you could do it, in this case, you're taking the low of the previous 15-minute candle. This is the current one. There's the previous one. All right, guys, I'm just checking. Wow, look at the SPY move. Now that's not choppy anymore. I mean, that's straight up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got almost 2 hours. Well, yeah, we've got 2 hours. Basically, a nice trend up. So you would think that bounce plays, if you've got them, would work. Would have been working from this area on. KSS, let's take a look at what's happening with Kohl's. Kohl's had earnings recently, I think. I'm sorry, they did not have earnings, but they had some. Oh, that's right. Is this because of that activist? Was that day? Because it didn't have earnings then. Yeah, it's blurry today. Sorry. You want to head over to YouTube. I'm going to try something after hours, but tried a few things and it didn't work. So, but if you want to head over to YouTube, it's live. Yes. Here's the link. Yeah, they see my screen. What I would do, you can stay in this room, okay, because there's a lot more action here. Stay in the room and just watch the video from YouTube, but stay in the room chatting, etc. Okay. I mean, you don't have to. You can go over YouTube and do it all from there, but it's just not as active. That was the activist day, so drifted down. There's a big move for it. 47 to 63, wow. I have to check this Sky West to see what sort of support it has underneath there. So the next low, looking left on the monthly, is 28.19. So I mean, in theory, it still has another dollar. If it wants to keep moving down, it had a little pop up. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room, this CII, a little bit of room. Had earnings February 3rd, pre-market, so I had earnings yesterday. Kind of a mixed reaction. The next high looking left on the daily is 1778, so from 1728, it's at 50 cents. So it's got a little bit of room, but not a lot, I mean, if it gets stalled even a little, a dime before that, that's not a good, in my opinion, risk reward. Well, there it is, guys. GME back to 100. GME back to 100. Okay, well, Ashok, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm going to put my link in, and you can take a look at one of the sections is on education. Okay. So if you click on that link that I just put in there, one of the sections, click here, the education link, click here. Now this is specifically for trade ideas, of course, you know, the introductory lessons, but if you scroll a little bit down, if you're new to all this, and new to trading even, I don't know how new you are to trading, whoops, but here we go, back to basics, you know, starts off, I mean, you know, literally, what is a stock? So you can take a look at this. Well, snap, crackle, and pop. Yes, look at Snap. Moving with the market, moving with Facebook. You know, the minute Facebook stops, I would expect Snap to stop. I know they're different. I know it's completely different, but you know, I think this move in Facebook, you know, just look at the two of them right here. Boom, boom. you think Snap is moving Facebook? Okay. Pinterest doing the same thing. PINS doing the same thing. Not as dramatic though, actually. Yeah, you know what? Pinterest is not as dramatic. This could turn into a bit of a short because it's not following the same route as the other ones. You know, this is definitely relative weakness compared to those other two. I see that Tegna, TGNA, was halted back here when I was on my break, got halted, and now just hanging in here. Okay, so they're in advanced buyout talks with Standard General. So are they buying them or are they going to be bought? Nah, boy, this is a tough one. This SST was from yesterday. Bit of a tough one. But I did have an alert set for it. Some volume coming in. But this was even now, even today, very choppy. But yesterday, you know, look what happened. Big move up and then a huge move down. And look at what happened right there. So I know I had it, in my watch list and all, but boy, it is a tough one. Tough to intraday trade anyway. There must be a rule somewhere. We will not let GME go so far down below 100. There must be a rule. Give me a moment here, guys. And again, for those of you who are new or may not even know, maybe you've got the program, I don't know. What I was just showing there is our external linking tool. Okay, so linking is this. You click on an alert and it loads into your broker's platform. Okay, that's what linking is. It's a time saver. That's what it is. And we link with many brokerage platforms. Okay, and I can't tell you if you said some platform that I'm not aware of. I have no idea. Most of the time, it's just a matter of following the rules or the instructions where it says tools, external linking, and when it says add a link, keeping the this window active, mouse over the target window. Many times it's just your order entry. You just put your mouse or your pointer right in your order entry, and then click that shift, and then hold down the shift key, and most of the time the link is established. Okay, a link again is just a time saver. I mean, if you're not clicking on many alerts all day long, it's not a big deal. You just have to type the symbol in when you get an alert. But for somebody like myself, I'm clicking on alerts, on symbols all day long, so it's loading into my platform. Okay. Oh, I have no idea, Terry. I mean, I have no idea. Um, as you know, it's not. We probably have to deal with. I mean, I have no idea. So I can't answer that. We don't link with everything. Some links are just not easy to establish for whatever reason. So it's not that we guarantee we link with every single program out there, but the issue with the Webull, I don't know. Well, I do it for interactive brokers. I think there is this is what I do. I never have to establish my link with interactive brokers. Usually, I think the order is you shut down your broker. So open your broker. Actually, I open Trade Ideas, then I open my broker, and then my link is established. I think if you just do the reverse, the link is always established. But I'll be honest, this is what I do. On the external linking, sometimes if I'm doing work after hours, I don't want my platform up. I don't need my platform up. So I just click on it and I disable it. Okay? And then when I start up Trade Ideas again the next day, I just enable it. So it's a pretty quick step. Other platforms, I can't answer that. But I believe it is the order in which you do it. And to me, it makes sense. You open Trade Ideas, and then you open your broker, and then you establish your link. Okay? And then you reverse the order. You shut down your broker, and then because Trade Ideas will still have the link there, and then you shut down Trade Ideas, okay? So I think the order, open Trade Ideas, open your broker, establish the link. Shut down your broker, shut down Trade Ideas, and in theory, the link should still be there the next day. I mean, listen, if it's not, it takes 10 seconds to do every day. It's not like it's a big deal. You could try, Terry. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, we don't profess to be able to link with everything, and I know I really don't know. But try, yeah, try in your. You might try in a chart. I mean, for instance, I know that some programs you have to put you establish the link in a chart. It's not in the order entry. It's sort of hit or miss. Understanding that these programs do not care whether we can link with them or not. Okay. Now, obviously, we got a bit of a special relationship with IB and E-Trade because people can use this. But all those other programs out there, they don't care whether we can link with them or not. Now, I probably shouldn't let the cat out of the bag a little bit, but there is some good news on the horizon for IB Lite. As you know, IB Lite is the commission-free version of IB, okay? And it appears that we will eventually be able to establish a link. Right now, you see, if you're using Interactive Brokers Lite, the commission-free version, we can't establish a link. Okay, so I mean that's one reason why I would never use it. Never. I would need my link. But it appears that we're getting closer to be able to establish a link with their light version. Unfortunately, it won't be available in Canada, but for you, those of you in the States. Now, the only thing you won't be able to do, and again, my stance on this, you will not be able to auto trade, but I don't think that's a big deal. So I don't know when that's coming, but so Pamela, if you have Interactive Brokers, almost for sure. I think they tried that, Nikki. I think they tried that, running as administrator. I think they tried that. That is what I'm saying, Pepe. Yes. It's IB, yes. As you understand, it's not us. I mean, we'd love to link with everybody, but we're working with them pretty closely right now. It won't help me because it won't be available. IB Lite is not available in Canada because Canada does not allow PFOE, or sorry, PFOF. They don't allow it. I always hear about this in the marketing meetings, on Tuesdays and Thursdays and we get sort of an update on all this stuff. And so it appears that it's getting closer and closer. Now, what that means, is it a month, 2 months, next week? I don't know. Ooh, you went long, NWL? I hate to hear that term, bag holding. Holy smokes, look at Egan, guys. I think it went parabolic, Zach. Well, you're only 4 cents away. So 7 cents away. It went parabolic. Well, I'm pretty excited on Monday to really pay a lot of attention now to this gap up and gap continuation or reversal scan. Really going to pay attention to it. Payment for order flow. That is not a symbol. No. Hey, might be. Let's see. The big controversial thing that allows people like Robinhood and all that to, well, All these commission-free brokers. I mean, how do you think they're getting paid? They'll deny it over and over again, but in Canada they can't do that. And if you want to look it up, payment for order flow, payment for order flow. That's the acronym PFOF. Highly controversial. Well, we're all part of the empire, so that's why TC. So, Jay, what I was going to say about bag holding, I mean, the only reason I hear that term is because somebody doesn't have a stop. There should be no bag holding. You know, if you have a stop, you just get out, right? But it sounds like you don't have a stop on this and you're just going to hold on. So it seems like I had the reverse order. So, because Chris is in the YouTube room, so it looks like you're supposed to open your broker first and then trade ideas, then establish the link. So I had it reverse and then close trade ideas and then your broker. I guess the link is established. It's it's been about 5 years since we've had the link with IB, and I've never had an issue. I don't think it matters. It doesn't seem to matter how I do it. But anyway. Stay humbled or get humbled, okay? Hi. What's FMI? I know it's not a symbol. Is that some kind of a technical? Oh, MFI, right. Oh, I see. So it hit some kind of a wall and then it came down from that? Is that what you're talking about? Well, the wall I see was at 12.99. Look what it got to. 12.98. I mean, I was saying the next high looking left is 12.99. I mean, that could stall it. So far, I mean, that's what stalled it. As well as, I'm sure, something, your MFI. Man, it was way over the Bollinger Bands. All right, this EAF is getting a little bit interesting here. I doubt it's just going to stay here, so I don't know if it's going to go down. I think again, getting through 10. I mean, I know it got through 10 a little bit, 988, but not in any huge way. And again, look, 979, and I got down to 988. I mean, you hear me say all the time, look left, look left, look left. I mean, it's amazing. Just even one point, one data point can stall a stock for a while anyway. Wow, look at the SPY, guys. SPY is on fire. Deutsche Bank, DB Deutsche Bank on the way. I mean, big float, 2 billion in the float. That's a big move, 4% for 2 billion. Boy, this one has really done not too much. This SLI got slammed yesterday by the Hindenburg. Is it Amazon trailing the SPY? I don't know. Is it? You mean, is it popping the SPY? I mean, obviously strong earnings release. Facebook is having a nice bounce back. A lot of the tech stocks. SPY is heavily weighted with tech stocks. It was Roblex? What do you mean by that, Grumpy? Oh, then who dumped all over SLI? Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. That was the bear cave or the cave bear or the something. You're right. However, now the lawyers are crawling out of the woodwork and attempting class actions against SLI. Yeah, they don't mention. So it was a bear cave? Is that what it was? Boy, there's a ton of all these lawyers coming out trying to start class action suits against SLI. Actually, I'm seeing Hindenburg. I don't have a subscription to this, but it is Hindenburg, Grumpy. I don't have a subscription to this, but I can flash it, and there it is, Hindenburg. Right there, Hindenburg. Yeah. It's your only one ever, so it's okay. You know, Jay, it's interesting you say that because that's exactly what can happen. You stare at your P&L, you're kicking yourself for not being out of a trade. This is just in general, and you keep watching it go down and down and down, and it really hurts. I mean, you start to. I mean, it's a psychologically really damning. I'll say the word damning, okay? Because it really screws you up. You keep, you know. I mean, your body has all these reactions, and I mean, I've been there. I've been there many, 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 many times. Not lately, of course, because I just adhere to my stops. But boy, when I used to just you used to say to yourself, "Oh gosh, if it only gets back up here, I promise I'll never do anything like that again. I'll get out. I promise I'll never hold something that's moving down." Grumpy, you're a And it's amazing though, even though you take a loss, you feel better. You know what it's like? It's like quitting a bad job. You know? I mean, a bad job when you don't have a job, okay? And you're worrying, well, I don't have a job. How can I quit this job? But it's horrible, horrible, horrible. Every day you go in, it's horrible. And you quit it, and there is a load left. And now the next load, of course, I don't have a job now. What do I do? But it's amazing. Everybody's done it at Trader. Every single, and they're lying if they haven't. Yeah, okay, they're lying. Are you so grumpy? Are you talking about averaging down? Ever is a long time. So did it ever work when I didn't really have the discipline? Of course, ever. But once I started obeying my stops, it was easier to trade. I'd have losses. I have losses. But I get out, and then the setup can happen again. Get back in. But I never had to look at a P&L just sinking, sinking, sinking. Because then what happens is you start to get really rash and say, well, man, I'm losing so much in this one. I better take another trade to try to make up, even just so I can break even for the day. And you get into some setup that isn't great, but you're bound and determined to do it, and it doesn't work. And now you're down two trade. I mean, it's a snowball effect. Been there. Not anymore. Yeah, look at Facebook, guys. I mean, Facebook, and Snap actually isn't quite following Facebook now. I would wondering if they're going to get a big green candle in Snap now. But yeah, that's a big move now. Might even go positive today. Okay, Terry, sorry to hear that. I, of course, cannot offer any words of wisdom on that, but sorry to hear that. Well, nice little bounce back day, certainly for NAS. Minor one for the Dow, nice one for the SPY, of course. Look at this, what a great move. I don't know what you mean. What a shot from Trade Ideas? I'm not sure I know what you mean. I understand. I mean, this is still well, I don't call it a work in progress. I've had this scan for a long time, the gap continuation or reverse. Okay, I've had it for a long time, years. So it's not like do I have 100% confidence in it? No, but so the ETH was the one for me. But next week, I'll be really paying attention to it. Yeah, I mean it's a big move. There's no question. I mean it looks like it's actually going to go positive. You're talking about Facebook, of course. Okay, good to hear, Grumpy. Wow, what's KHC doing? Craft. What are you doing? Your little break here. Back this monthly out a little bit. Next low is 32.79. So that's about $2 away. Next low on the weekly. So the next low on the weekly is a little closer. It's about 34.68. So it's a little bit close to that weekly low. Takes that out though. It doesn't, yeah, see, to me, it doesn't have a ton of room. I mean, it could keep moving down. It's a nice break here, decent volume on that break. Just doesn't have, for me, a ton of room. Somebody else looking at this might think, hey, I don't care, it doesn't have that much room. I'm going to take a shot. That's fine. Yeah, so Facebook went positive. Still quite a bit below, but almost $10 below yesterday's low, or less yesterday's high. Wow, this is just picking up steam here. I mean, is it just because of the dividend? They have earnings. They have earnings later too. On the 11th. That'd be interesting. Boy, this is maybe the biggest volume bar of the day for Facebook. Take a look here. Not quite. Okay, usually the opening 15-minute candle is the biggest one, but this is, what time is it now? Has about 2 minutes to close. This has about 2 minutes for this to close. But look at the volume coming in. Just checking to see if the little robot has finished her job. Or its job. So this is what you call an alpha stock, okay? You hear the term every now and then. This is an alpha stock, NWL. Why? Look what the market's been doing, and look what it's been doing. Okay, so this is trading on its own. It doesn't care what the rest of the market's doing. And that's what we always try to do, try to find these alpha stocks so you're not so beholden to what the overall market is doing. You want to see these stocks that are kind of trading on their own. Typically it's an earnings play or some kind of news. I guess this dividend announcement after hours yesterday, that's what did it. And yet no real reaction after hours. And this morning, no real reaction. The market opened though, and it's just, I just can't find anything else on it for this drop. I thought maybe they released earnings early, but nope. I mean, here we go. I mean, so they released this news after hours, 23 cents, and that's it. All right, guys, 2 o'clock. So again, I'm just going to put the link in for this test drive. Whoa, just a minute. We got a new one coming. We have a new one now. Let me just check this one out. VIAV just showed up. VIAV just showed up. Oh, man, I mean, it looks a lot like the Egan at the beginning. It's an earnings play. VIAV just showed up on the gap up and go for the first time. It's been doing nothing. Now, is it going to keep moving now? Again, you look left, 1740. Looks like 1740 is the next high looking left. After that, 1757. It reminds me a little of the Egan. But it's a big float. You know, it's 235 million in the float. So, well, let's see how. Maybe it'll do like an inch by inch. I'm going to stick an alert around 1710 and see if it starts to move later. You know, get some volume. I mean, the volume is, what is the volume? Not terrible, 1.7 times normal. But you see the volume is just sort of doing nothing. So if we get a big volume bar though, popping it through that 1710, that could turn into a nice little trade. So just stick your alert, say 1719 or so, and set your price alert. If it happens, you'll get, your price alert window will show up on your screen, and then click on the alert and check the volume. Wow, EAF just took out 10, almost like nothing. Um, the low right here is 958. I'm not in it anymore. That's it, that's it for me on this one. But wow, look at the weekly chart on this one. 1210 at the beginning or at some point in the week, and now here goes Snap. Here goes Snap. Now starting to follow a little more closely to Facebook. Facebook had, of course, that huge pop right here. Snap was right there. Now it's sort of starting to trail Facebook. So I see that Dwack took out 83. I don't know if Shady's still in it. It got down to 82.58. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm now back. So if you followed Snap all day long in the AI, I'm not saying you wouldn't have taken some profit every now and then. Of course you would. But it's a watch list. That's what I'm saying. Use AI like a watch list. So there was the initial entry, 35.43. So at this point, it's up almost 10%. It's pretty awesome for a $30-odd stock. Okay, pins now starting. Pins starting, guys. This has been a bit of a delayed reaction for pins. PINS. Boy, it takes out that 27. Look out. I mean, this could keep moving, but I'd keep an eye on Facebook. I really would. The minute you see Facebook getting a little weak, because this is lagged. No, Jay, I don't want you looking at Newell right now, NWL, okay? Don't look at it. Yeah, I'm really watching PINS here. Longer it holds over 27. All right, I'm just, well, see, pins did not hold 27 so far anyway. Did not hold 27. Stick an alert around 2709 and see if it takes that out. But look at Facebook. I mean, look at Facebook, little topping tail. Same with Snap. I just think they're just all kind of going the same way. So this red box keeps, after that pump, Come on, Barry, can't you at least give him 2 cents instead of 1.50 cents? Yep, best thing to do sometimes, just turn off your computer, wander away, play some golf if you golf, read a book, binge Ozark, I don't know, do something. All right, guys, so I'm just sort of biding my time here. I mean, my big trade today, of course, was the EAF. EAF. I've done a couple other things on my own, but EAF definitely was the big trade. So as I said before, at 3:30, I'm not going to shut the room down. Okay, YouTube will be taken over by Chris, and then at 3:30, I will do a reboot of my computer, and just on the off chance that will solve the blurriness. I don't know if it will, but so you guys can stay in the room, and then I'll come back in. I'll share my screen again, and we'll see what happens. Usually takes me about. Actually, it won't take me too long because I don't have to load everything. Can't do it now because that boots everybody out of YouTube, so that's why I can't do it now. Well, guys, that's why I waited on the pins. Look at the pins. I mean, you know, I didn't try to assume it was going to run off that 27. This is, I mean, that's one way, again, to just chew up your account, anticipating, well, it's probably going to do it, so I'm going to take it right now. Is the loss huge if you got out even, you know, no, but you keep doing that over and over all day long. Man, it starts to add up. And I did not write that book, but Mark Douglas, obviously, I know who, I mean, I read the book a million years ago, but yeah, no ifs, ands, or buts. Obey your stop. Did he really? Oh, I don't know how old he was, but he's often cited, yes. You too, Jay. Have a good weekend, and we'll see you Monday morning. I would have thought you'd make a killing shorting stocks, weak stocks in a strong sector because they're just so contrary, but almost the reverse. So for instance, if we look here, just for argument's sake, take a look at the doc channel bar and we'll take a look at the sector status. Not Weed Watchers, sorry. Can't believe that's still one of the ones up here. Sector status. So for instance, right here, XLE Energy, virtually every single stock is up, okay, from yesterday's close. So if you scroll to the bottom and you see NOV, down 6%. I mean, that's a big move. So it is completely contrary to what the rest of the market is doing in that sector. Okay? And it's an earnings play. Obviously, the reaction wasn't great. Just lost my. This happens every now and then. The top lists. Let me just do a little. There we go. So yeah, I mean, you can just sort of look and say, wow, I mean, why is Nove going down? Well, we know now. It's an earnings play, as an example. Okay, so it's the only one in this XLE that makes up XLE that is down for the day, and it's down big. You know, so you look at consumer staples. Well, only 10% of them are up. So there's L. You know, I'll bet you this could be an earnings play. Yeah, earnings right there. You can see the E right there. No, so you can kind of, especially when you see a super strong sector, check the ones that aren't strong. And maybe there's a reason. Look at financial. There's only one, I'll bet you there's only one stock down, and that's HIG. Okay? And earnings play. So again, it's an interesting way to look at certain things. I mean, consumer state. Well, we just talked about that. You know, pick a very strong sector. You know, something that's 90% over, or very weak. Only 10% of them are up. And check to see. Well, I wonder why this one is completely contrary to what its sector is doing, and kind of track it for a while. Just see what's happening. Hey Jay, are you still around? Or are you having your pizza? Well, Snap is now kind of on its own, guys. Snap is snapping higher here. And Facebook is it's got a red candle. That's the first divergence I've seen in a while between Snap and Facebook. Pinterest is still kind of interesting, but it's got to take out that 27. All right, let's see now. Yeah, I mean, it's how many shares are in this? 500 million, so it's a big float. Little pullback here on the fives, holding over 27, PINS. No question, it's nowhere near as dynamic as Snap, though. PINS, nowhere near as dynamic, in my opinion. Give me a moment, please. Sorry about that, I was on mute. So Don, are you talking about in the AI having a risk of $50? I mean, in general terms, when you say how do the filters determine the number of shares? So, okay, so basically what happens is, I mean, if you're into the automation part, but even if you're not, what happens is you take the entry price minus now you don't have to do it. I mean, this is automatically done if you're going to auto trade, but you take the entry price, you take the stop, whatever that, and you subtract whatever that number is, it gets divided into the 50 and that share sizes you. Okay, so for instance, never mind the AI. We talk about this all the time. I didn't really go over it today, but let's say I wanted to take a Pinterest, okay, PINS, and I was willing to risk $100 on the trade. So I want to make the math super simple. I'm willing to risk $100 on the trade, so I'm going to take 100. I'm going to take 100 shares. This is how it share sizes. Buy. So 100 shares. I know this ahead of time. Remember, I know this ahead of time. So I'm going to send it. So I took the trade, but I knew this ahead of time that I had a dollar stop on it. I can add the stop. I got in at what, 27.12, so 26.12 is my stop. And you'll see on the chart, it'll say minus 100. Okay, approximately 99.98. So again, when you get into a trade, I know where my stop is. This is just even on a manual basis. I know where my stop is. So that is going to share size me because I'll take my entry minus my stop price. I divide that into, in your case, we're talking $50, whatever you're going to risk on the trade, and that share size you. I wanted to make the math super simple. Take 100 shares, 100 with a $1 stop. But if my stop had been 25 cents, for instance, I would have taken 400 shares. 400 times 25 cents. Okay, so what the AI is doing is if you just want to run it, it's taking the difference between, if you're taking the difference between the entry and the stop, and it divides that into 50, if that's what your stop loss is, and that share sizes you automatically. That's if you're auto trading. But even if you're not auto trading, you just do some quick math and that'll share size you. That all make sense? And I'm not an auto trader at all, so I do everything kind of old school. I just don't. The reason I don't auto trade, Don and anybody else, is because I always want to see what it looks like before I take the trade. Okay, I want to see. The AI doesn't necessarily know, for instance, that it should probably should build some things into it. Is a 200-day just sitting on top of it? Where's the next level of resistance? In other words, where's the next high looking left for me on a daily chart? So that's all I'm doing. So I can quickly size that up, and then I can make my mind, do I want to take the trade or not? But I'd never take a trade in auto fashion. I should ask the room, is anybody in this room auto trading? And if you are, how's it going? I don't mean the AI necessarily. I mean, how's it going? Your own strategy? Kodak? Okay, let's take a look at Kodak. Kodk. Yeah, some volume coming in. I don't think so. Very, very few significant companies, anyway, release earnings after hours. On a Friday, sorry, on a Friday. I can't think of any significant company doing that. Doesn't mean there isn't one, but a lot of times they'll do that. A company will release it Friday after hours because they don't want people talking about it the next day. They give them a weekend to stew about it, and maybe they forget about it on Monday, especially if it's bad. Okay. Well, Kodak, okay. Kodak was, in theory, a virus play. Okay, back here, remember? They were going to turn all their chemicals into helping combat the virus. Okay, that's what that was all about back here, as I recall. I mean, it was ridiculous. And they were going to get money. That's right. They were going to get money from the government. $100 million or something. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Interesting. Yeah, Snap is actually moving down, and now Pinterest is actually moving higher. It's sort of not following. Now it's actually moving higher, and it's over that 27. Interesting. Well, I didn't take it. I did not take the pins, but if you were following it, hey, I mean, it might give you a little bit. All right, IoT. I know you see this one, William and Zach. I know you see this one. What's the next high looking left on the daily? Is 2098. That's far enough away. How much further can this go before we short it? Meanwhile, pins. Jeez. Oh, man. Yeah, it might be too late now. It was got up to 1052, 1032 now. Bit of a spready issue too. 28. Well, not too bad now. 20, 30, 36, but Volume is barely normal. It's 1.17, so it's barely normal. I mentioned Deutsche Bank a long time ago. All right, so on this short of IoT, where could it go? Wow, I mean, it's got below that 2-minute candle is about 1884. That wouldn't be terrible. Nova could be interesting also. Nova's high over 1701. Sorry, high is 1885, so it's coming into that high. There's another one from Zach's topping tail scan. Oh man, a little pop in the VIVA. Sorry, the VIAV. Yeah, the spread on IoTs, I'll put it more delicately, is not great. But yes, right now it is 31.48, 17 cents. It wasn't as bad. But 28 million in the float, so yeah, it's a fairly low float for yeah, so I'm holding off, obviously. But the higher it goes, if it ever really finds a nice top, the better the. I mean, look at this on the daily chart. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get down to here, 1816, but wow, it's it's really ripping here. So yeah, 65.81 right now. 65.81 bid ask. What did I say the next high looking left was? It was way up here at 2098, so that's not an issue. So the question was, is a low float a good thing? Well, it's only good if you happen to be in it on the right side. A low float stock is just one that can move like this, okay? So when you say a good thing, I mean it's a good thing, if you catch it at the right time, and yeah, you're going to get the big percentage moves. But you also have to realize that it's a horrible thing when all of a sudden the buying dries up and then it can just sink so quickly. So it's a good and a bad thing. It's not for new traders, really. I mean, we talk about it in the room because this is what's happening. These are some of the things that are showing up on my scans, but and you used to hear me, well, I will still say this. Facebook will not have a big move because it has 2.35 billion shares in the float. Okay? It's not going to move typically on a daily basis, 2, 3, 4, 5%, certainly not 10%, 20%, except when it has some horrible news. Okay? And that was it. I mean, earnings, it got hit, I don't know, 25, 30%. But that's very, very, very rare for something like a Facebook with all those shares in the float. Ah, I just missed it. Sugar. I was all set to short that IoT. I think it was at 1978, and I was just going to take it, and it just dropped a bit. See, these two topping tails could tell the tail. Just watching this now to see if I can maybe get a decent little fill on this IoT. See now just widened again. 69.83. I might have to leave it alone. You know, the spread's going to do that. I might just have to leave it alone. Zach can do what he does best. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it came right back up. Wow, 245 already. Okay. Okay, guys. So one last torturing you with my test drive link. Okay, you click on the link. And this is the test drive. So for $11.11, you can have 10 trading days, okay? Starts on February the 14th, runs to the 28th inclusive. 10 trading days with trade ideas for $11.11. Have access, I shouldn't call it like that. Have access to our program for 10 trading days, okay? And you'll have access, it'll be just as if you were a premium subscriber. The only difference is that you won't be able to auto trade anything, okay? So excuse me. So if you sign up today, what you're doing is you are pre-registering, all right? You're not getting any live data until the 14th. So please don't ask our support people, where's my data? I just signed up. But on the 12th, which is the Friday, about an hour after the market closes, you will be able to load the program and play around with it. You know, take a look at our channel bar, take a look at our top list, creating alert windows, top list windows if you want. The other thing is, I think it's pretty much set now. Chris Varley will host in our YouTube room a Q&A, probably about maybe 5 or 6 o'clock. That's Eastern time. Okay, and he'll go on for a few hours. He may even do something on Saturday and Sunday. I don't know for sure on that one. But for those of you taking the test drive, you should prepare for it. Okay, just don't download the program and then turn it on Monday morning without any preparation. Okay. So there's that. So we do this about 3 or 4 times a year. I think the last one was in November. We usually get a couple of thousand people signing up. And when it's over, it's over. Don't worry, we don't put you into a subscription. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. This is also open to our standard subscribers. If you want to upgrade yourself for those 10 trading days, great. You can do it for the 1111. Once it's over, you go back to standard, unless, of course, you say, hey, keep me at premium. Okay, so that's the test drive. Fast approaching. Next, my home page. Yeah, I mean, if you want to take $1 off the use, I guess it works. I don't know. I never. And we don't talk about a discount on this. It's $11, guys. So anyway. All right, I'm just watching the IoT, so it looks like this could have topped out near that 20. Okay. My home page. So yes, you want to check out a subscription right now. Can't wait. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha. 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. When you click here, there's a toggle. Going annual, monthly. Okay, there's a monthly. Take 15% off the first month only. Or an annual, 15% off the entire year. Huge difference, of course, is our AI, which gave you stocks like Snap Today and TTD. Okay, even WWE, not as dramatic, but that's what the AI is. Nothing for you to do. You just load it and let the alerts happen. How you trade it will be up to you. Give me a moment, please. Wow, my give me a moment, please, was I was all set to short this one, but not yet. IoT, not yet. Wow, that's just a big pop. So, okay. So on my homepage, there is more information. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Free stock of the day video that I do at noon, Monday to Friday. Free. And all the education. So if you're going to take this test drive, this is the first thing I would do. Take a look at the 20 introductory lessons. And it's all text-based. They're not videos, but goes over what is a top list, build a top list, alert windows, creating alert windows. So again, this is homework for over the weekend that you can get prepared for using trade ideas, okay? Introduction to the cloud, very important. Back testing if you're into it. And the introduction to the AI. So these are all the basic features are explained right there. But we also have a very comprehensive user guide. Okay, you might even want to start there because in this section right here, all sorts of videos, etc., alert windows, top list windows, the single stock window, price alerts that we have, navigating our charts. So it's all sectioned like this. Also the stock race, okay, this TI stock races. So it's all sectioned, but also full table of contents is searchable. So if you're wondering, what do we have on RSI or what do we have on this and that, you just have to type it in. So for instance, if I typed in races, right here it is. So I just click on it and here I am. And it tells me right on this side, that's the section 18. Okay, so really good user guide, I think anyway, very good user guide. And then the daily support sessions, again, I take a break at noon every day, about noon to 1, when the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. And Chris is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. So I shut down this room, not today. I just want to reboot and see if that helps the fuzziness of the display. But I typically shut the room down at 3:30 And then Chris takes over in the YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 between Monday and Friday. And the daily webinars. So next week it'll be Tuesday, Thursday, and that'll be it for a couple of weeks. During the test drive, we don't put on the webinars, but you can sign up for them all here. And then last, back to basics. Here are the videos. Michael Noss, Trade Ideas, put it together. Starts off with what is a stock? And then here are my scans, okay? Here are the scans that I'm sharing. So again, if you are going to get set, for the test drive, you might want to take a look at some of these scans. And you can kind of pick and choose what might look interesting to you. This gap continuation or reverse, which I'm sure I'm going to be watching all next week. But here are all the scans. So here's my link, save my link. All this information, lots of information, save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. Okay guys, so now, what time is it now? 2:54, so I'm getting set to put myself on mute. I'll be here, of course, and if I have to, I'll hop on the mic if I get a question that necessitates the mic. Other than that, I'll just put myself on mute, but the room will be open till probably about, I'd say 3:40, 3:45 today. So that is a for sure now. 221. Cam. They're guaranteeing it. I know that's what it was a while back. I haven't seen anything lately that is a guarantee for the 21st. All right, guys. So, you heard me talk about this VIAV. I mean, is it doing anything phenomenal? No, but this is one I just took kind of on my own. I mean, it's not doing anything really phenomenally yet. Maybe it's going to pop. I don't know. When we looked left, we saw that it had room to 1740. So from 1710 to 1740, not terrible. I don't know if it's going to get there. But again, this is what I'm talking about right here. So the first alert on it was at 1710 at 2 o'clock. Boy, this IoT. I was shy. I was actually going to take it. I really was. I mean, Zach was talking about it right around here. Maybe it's, but anything that has a spread that constantly widens and decreases, increases, decreases, increases, I just find it very tough. So that is what was keeping me out of it on the way up. And right there, though, I mean, the spread tightened just a little bit, and I was all set. You heard me pause. I think it was 58.63, which wasn't too bad. And all of a sudden, it just said nope. So I got out of that. I didn't get out of it. I didn't take it. Is what I. Definitely a lot of volume coming in this DWAC, but it is a tough trader. I know Shady was talking about a stop under 83, so I mean it did go down here. 82.50. I have no idea if he's still in the trade, but you know, I guess he could have attempted here again. But these are, you know, it's so choppy. I mean, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. I usually, you know, when I see something, the only reason I even think about it is, of course, because we all know what could happen. But, you know, otherwise, I'd be just running from something like this the way it looks. Yeah, it's just that spread, 2013, 2034. Yeah, you know what? The spread won't matter if it drops a dollar. I get it. But anyway, and he's flying. Yes, I'm just noticing it here. This is in the simulator that I took it just to show you how you do it. So here's the max P&L. That means it's right at the top. Actually, that's wrong. The max P&L, yeah, it is 205 versus the total. Now, this is the bug that we saw, that I saw. I'm going to get out of this trade right now, okay? I'm going to flatten the trade. Briefly, it should say $197. Let me see if that happens. Nah, no, it even briefly. What it's doing is it's taking the total P&L and it's adding the max P&L to it and getting this, which of course is wrong. I wonder if there's another column that I can. Is there a today's P&L? Today's profit. I'm going to maybe add that one instead and see if that one is correct. Yeah, so I'm going to get rid of this column because this is, you know, I'm not going to worry about it too much. This is in the simulator. What's this column? Total P&L? So that is the reflection of what really happened, okay? All right, go little VIAV. Okay, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute now and just put the announcement in. Oops, let me. Here we go. Okay. Okay, so again, I'll hop in if I have to in terms of answering a question, but right now I'll just put myself on mute and kind of watch this VIAV trade to see what it's going to do for the balance of the day.
Alrighty, let's see. Audio looks good. Think video's good here now. Alrighty, happy Friday, everybody. No lack of action today, that's for sure. Throw up a quick SPY chart here. We've been all over the place again today. We started off today, a bit of a gap up. Or excuse me, a bit of a gap down, I mean. We tried to move up, we moved down, we moved up, we moved sideways, we're moving up, we're moving sideways. So I think chop, chop, chop. Just the way things are going to continue for the time being. With all that said, welcome to last edition of Trade Ideas Q&As for the week here. Hard to believe that first week of February is in the books at this point. So anybody with any questions, fire those away for me. Do this as an open Q&A forum. I don't have pre-done content, of course, as per usual. Try to keep it as interesting as I can. Talk about some charts, talk about some scans, whatever you like. Here we go. Got these windows sized a little nicer to display some data that's there. So there's a look at the SPY for us. When we left off yesterday, a lot of what we were talking about yesterday had to do with Amazon. I have not looked at an Amazon chart at all today. There we go. That's my first look on it. So gap and go for Amazon all day long. Up bigly, up very bigly. But, I think there's more significance in this chart metric here on the daily than anything else for big picture. Range. There's a long range right there for Amazon from here to here. And, a lot of lines on that. Let's get rid of some of these lines. So I think that's kind of the range I want to look at. My chart's doing funny things. Getting lighter and darker. Must be something new. For those of you that are lying in wait for the charts to become a little quicker loading, not the price refresh. That's still coming down the line. But anybody that's been in these live Q&As with me knows that sometimes my charts struggle to load for a moment there. I am pretty snappy today, to say the least. This is a new beta that we are testing internally. Hope to have it released in the next few days. A few bugs to work out, it looks like. But you can see here, for the most part, I'm pretty snappy loading. And I have no less software running than I do every other day. So real good feeling there. Real good feeling for the dev team. They've really, really worked hard to try to figure out how to get this going a little better. So again, any questions, please fire those away for me. Like I said, we do this as an open forum Q&A. All right, I see that you're all giving me the silent treatment for the day, so be it. All right, with that said, let's dive around some more market stuff here. First, let's zoom back out this chart just a little bit. I don't think we quite need to be that far out. There we go. And we take a look at the RSP. We look at the SPY, we look at the RSP. And same thing going on here, a lot of range bound, home on the range. The head fakes and things like that, Peter. There's no real explanation to it. Um, there's a lot of times you have trading rooms that are out there. I won't name names, but you have these traders that have followings, and people probably inside their organizations, and they get a hold of some of these low float stocks, and they'll run that price up during the pre-market, make it look like there's all kinds of interest. Maybe there's news, probably not news, and as soon as the market opens, they just pull the plug with all sell orders on the open, and people are left holding that bag as the price does that exactly like that. It's one reason for it. There's a lot of times where there's some kind of news in the pre-market. It's tradable pre-market news, and all those people that were trading in the pre-market also are set to close their trades on the open because they don't want to trade the open market. And so again, all those sell orders that are triggered on the open will send that price scaling down. So there's a lot of reasons that it can happen, Peter. There's no one reason. That's one of the inherent risks of pre-market trading and holding into the market open. Debbie, is there a way to ask for 5 minute? Have some oomph to it? I would say maybe just attach something more volume related to the scan, Debbie. There's no way to do anything with that alert though, because it's an alert. There's no customizing it or anything like that. It's a solid code within there. It's not something that can be put into the formula editor to do anything with. So I would say, if you had an alert like that, and we looked at the if we had an alert and we looked at the configure, I would say going for something volume wise to coincide with that 5 minutes, maybe a 5 minute volume. Maybe a 5 minute volume, so you want to see more significant volume over those last 5 minutes while that high is being made, more of a confirmation of that 5 minute high, if you will. I wish that too, Debbie. There's some thoughts and things that I have that I wish were there too, but we have to have the data points for it to start with. And each one of these filters, each one of these alerts some of them create hundreds of millions of data points for a day. Just for a day, let alone for a week, a month, a year. So it's just not simply a switch, unfortunately. So RSP here, again, home on the range, same thing here. So, I think a lot of people are looking for some market direction this week. I think we have direction, and we've had direction for a very long time. Direction is that way, not that way, and not that way. Direction is that way. That is what the current trend is in the overall markets. Yes, you'll find areas and pockets and sectors that are trending up or trending down, but I think the overall market, very clear. As we look at the MDY, same thing. Sideways, that is your trend. And unfortunately, the sideways trend is the least friendliest of all trends. That just kind of is what it is. And see we're starting to sell off into the last 18 plus minutes here, it looks like. Now, as far as, you mentioning the custom stuff there, Debbie, I don't know what will or will not happen with the Market Explorer and things like that, but the Market Explorer has technology and history in it that a lot of things can be done that are not within our servers on that. However, the load that it can bear with the amount of users that are on it and things like that are limited in their own capacity too. So I don't know where that ends up going with that. But the Market Explorer is, it gives us a way to look into things. For example, everybody wants cross alerts. Well, Michael built that one cross alert in there. Personally, I've been watching it for a couple of weeks. I think it's a terrible alert, but he built it because that was the number one requested thing from all of our users coming in, was an 820 cross on 2 minutes. So he built an 820 cross on 2 minutes. And like I said, I watched it for a couple of weeks, and there was nothing, there was some actionable trades in it. It just wasn't really that good, to be honest with you, what I saw coming through it. So yeah, we looked at the MDY. Let's take a look at the Qs. And again, if anybody's got questions on the platform, fire them away for me here. And Qs. I think we start to see the sideways trend develop in the bigger range, or the bigger indexes as well here. So we can go all the way back to the end of June of last year, and we're pretty much sideways from there. What would be short-term swing trading? I'd say 1 to 2 days. Some might call that like swing scalping. Oh, what would be a short-term swing trading strategy? Well, as I tell anybody, any strategy could be a swing trading strategy, long or short. It's what are you seeing in the charts of it. Scan that I use to do a lot of my evening scanning. I shared it with someone who runs a prop firm one time, and he said, I don't understand how you use this for swing trading. I think it's a better end of the day trading strategy, like a, after 2 p.m. day trading strategy. This is the scan here. I'll show it and share it. So there's there. I'll put a link for it here. So, this scan right here, I showed this scan to someone once, and they did not understand where I got swing trade ideas from it. They didn't understand it at all. I said, okay, same chart, same scan, same everything, same stocks coming through it. They didn't get it. They just didn't see swing trading involved in this. I do. So, it's not, obviously you're not going to want something that's focused on 1 minute volume spikes and things like that. But you're going to want to look at things that are looking at different ranges, position and ranges over longer periods of time. The quote unquote secret sauce of the scan for me is in the 20-day position and range. And then I like to see, I want to see it strong closing the day, that hopefully it maybe has another 1 or 2 days at least on it afterwards. I'm looking at stocks in this price range and have to have traded at least this much and a relative volume of that. But like I said, this guy didn't see it that way. He saw, he was looking at stuff coming into the end of the day, something like this here. This has probably been coming through this for a long time today. Unfortunately, I got knocked out of this position on my trailing stop, but oh well. He probably would have seen it coming through somewhere in here and said, all right, this might have a run in it for the rest of the day for a couple of pennies there. So, you can take that scan, and it's extremely hard in sideways action. This is not a swing trader's market. This hasn't been a swing trader's market for almost a year now. It's just that simple. Not every market's going to work for every strategy. I had to readjust a lot of what I've been doing over the last few months to find more success than I had found for a while. It just kind of is what it is, unfortunately. The successful swing trading strategies is, those strategies, or the successful swing trading ideas, are few and far in between right now. A year and a half ago, 2 years ago, they were everywhere for me. I could just pick names out of a Scrabble hat and hold for a day or two, and it seemed like, or out of a Scrabble bag and hold for a day or two, and it seemed like it had success. I've had to be extra choosy, a lot more chart work, a lot pickier, smaller share sizes, closing trades quicker than I normally want to trade. That's all part of what trading becomes. There's no scan that says, hey, this is going to give you 2-day holds. A lot of them use this scan. It just doesn't work that way. I think this is more of a day trader's market right now, or a more of a market where you're selling opens a lot of times. You're riding a position for a day and you're selling on the next day's open on a gap up. That's been the norm. There are exceptions, obviously in these days. So that's kind of that. We can put together something, Robert, right now, and take a look at it. I think for swing trading, I think people that want to swing trade, I think you're better off with top list and scanning before market open or after market close, and to track those ideas. That's how I do it. That's how I found my most success in it. When the market closes today, I don't know if I'll do it now or tomorrow morning or some tonight and some tomorrow and some Sunday. I'll go through this scan and I'll look at each of these charts and see how they do or do not possibly fit into what I'm looking for right now. So for example, let's go through a few charts. So I'm looking at this. We had this base that we came out of and popped. All right. We're doing the same thing here. All right. And a pop again here. Because of this big move here now, I'm not going to go chasing that, but we can look at the fact that, that was a resistance level there. Look like we're trying to fight with it again and clear it here. So this might be something I want to have thumbnailed and marked with a price alert or a thumbnailed chart or something like that. All right. KPTI, I don't know that I want to go running after this anymore. I've been in and out of it a bunch over the last week. But, this came through my evening scan. When did it come through? Came through here one day. All right. And I traded it into this. And then I've been tracking it and watching it. And I traded it back into this today. Unfortunately, I had a position in it. And when we did this wick up and back down again, my trailing stop knocked me out. It wasn't a real trailing stop. It was just my own rule set that said I'm not letting it, not giving up money. And that knocked me out. Should you buy value or growth? I can't tell you to buy value. I can't make a recommendation like that. But value is outperforming growth for 8 months at least now. At this point, growth is getting slaughtered. So we can see this in these charts here. Look at ARC. That's growth. There ain't a whole lot of growth going on there. VRK.B. This is value. There's a whole lot of growth going on in value right now. So, that beautiful base, we come out of that and it'll move sideways, and I don't see why that trend doesn't continue. And, it's a nice long-term trend here for BRKB. So apparently Warren Buffett didn't lose his touch, and value was good this whole time. It's just value takes longer to get going sometimes, and that's all there is to it. But my criteria, I don't short Eagle Trader, so I have no I have. If I ever do start shorting, it'll be day trade shorting number one. I will not be shorting overnight. Not at the beginning if I ever have to short. I haven't had much of a need to short, and every time I think I'm going to start to probably short, I don't need to. That's all there is to it. This makes me sad. Preparing closing orders because apparently we're not going to close anywhere near the high of the day today, it looks like. Unless there's a huge uptick all of a sudden out of nowhere. I don't know that there is or isn't a book, for strategies. Not for us. We don't, write books in that sense here. But I don't know that there is or isn't a book, Robert, that can help you, and try to think of things that you want to see in a stock and how to scan for that. I would say, you want to look for things that have relative strength. I mean, the this strength alerts here. There's great stuff coming out of this every week still. You got to do, there's work that has to be done. Um, like I said, there's no, I could hand anybody a scan that says there's winners. Every one of these stocks is a winner in the scan. And if I just told you that, what are you going to do with that? How are you going to manage it? What if all the winners only have a 5 minute time length, Um, there's no scan that's every stock that's a winner and it has this specific time length. These things just don't exist. We have to be traders still. We have to do it. So, I would suggest, doing these kinds of exercises, Robert. Go through that scan that I gave you. Look at the strength alert scan itself. We can mess around and build something real quick. And let me look at Snap for Eagle here. I would say Snap had its day, and now it's following the market, essentially. That's what I would say. It is now time for Snap to follow the market. I mean, it's bring over the SPY chart really fast. We can see it did what it wanted to do here, and then all of a sudden it had a downturn right around the same time that the SPY did, and then it trended with the SPY. All right, and that red candle is that red candle, and then we moved up, and it moved up, and the market's moving down, and that's moving down. So that's the short and skinny on Snap. So you're now market bound as far as Snap goes. It looks like you're at the mercy of the market. I would bet that if I loaded a Q's chart, it would track that even better. So, we can do this here. Let's go new and let's go top list. And let's see, let's search. Let's work something a little different than what I have in my evening scan. So we'll go 10 days. Let's go with a position in a 10-day range. Why do I not see position? Oh, there it is. So let's add this filter. All right. I just want to stick one value in there real quick while I get rid of this. No, we don't have compare charts. Yeah, you're welcome, Eagle. Yeah, no compare charts, Debbie. We've added a bunch of stuff to the charts recently, but not compare charts, not yet anyways. I cannot say whether it will or will not happen. I know it's a development ticket that's in the developmental system. What attention and when and if it gets any attention, I couldn't say though. All right, what else do we want to look for? So you're talking about swing trading, so I think you're going to want average volume. Let's maybe get a average 10-day volume. Let's add that filter. Let's look at stuff that's trading 500,000 a day on average. And then let's see, let's put a relative volume of 1.5 now, because we want to see stuff that's trending up in volume. Let's make a position range of, let's say, 65% on the 10-day. What's something else that we can do here? Let's add a distance from VWAP 5. Let's make sure we're just going to do what I want. No, of course not. No, that was not what I wanted to do. 10-second charts? No, we do not have 10-second charts. 1 minute is the fastest charts that we have. I'm back into the configure of this. What was I doing? Oh, SMA. Alright, so that's what I want. Distance from VWAP 5.2. Again, hide unused. So, alright, we've got, yeah, you got it, Todd. Alright, well, let's give this a price range. We'll put 5 to $100 on there. We can always change it when I put this out if you want. So position 10-day range. So, alright, let's go through some of these charts now here. Oops, I forgot to do one thing. Oh, no, I didn't. It's all set now. We'll zoom in a little bit. Look at some of this stuff and, see what we look like. So, alright, this kind of looks good. We've got this big downtrend. Alright, we put a base. We're making a little pop. So this might be something that looks good for a few day hold. Nice and liquid here. Alright. We're chasing after that. Nah. I think we need to see a little bit more of a base for that. Chewy looks good, like it's ready for a trend reversal. Well, that doesn't count. That's a big move. Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin. Maybe a trend reversal here, but this is going to trade with Bitcoin, so, keep that in mind. Again, Bitcoin, same thing. Bitcoin. This might be something that looks apt after a, big downturn that we saw right here. But, you got to combine this with your chart reading skills here. It's just some random top list I just made. Literally just made it. So this is what it's doing. We're looking at stocks that are between $5 and $100. Their average 10-day volume's got at least 500,000 shares a day. Today, their current volume on the relative volume's got to be at least 1.5, so doing a little bit more than what it's normally doing. Got to be 65% above the low of the 10-day range, and they can't be any more than 0.2% below 5-day anchored VWAP. So the idea is trying to find, capture stuff that is maybe in a trend change right now. And I saw your first question. I'm going to circle right to you in a second there, Pamela. So, take this, scan and see, you all can take it and see what you think. There you go. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And then, all right, so I know a lot of people talk about doing mental stops. I'm not looking to automate, but how is it best to utilize the filter VRNT? I'm not sure what you mean by VRNT. I think that's VRNT. Yeah, VRNT. And for you, Zeno, yeah, that's easy. So if we right click and we come to configure and we search, we go to time of day. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean there. I don't know. Question, I'm not looking on it, but I want to set specific risks so I get kicked out pretty quick on Momo types of trades. Any thoughts? Had to stay a bit. Smaller share size, wider stops. And don't chase big spike ups. If a big spike up happens and it continues without you, so be it. You see a big spike up, I don't know what, know what your time frame is first off, you have to know what kind of time frame you're trying to look at for how you want to hold. These are, a combination of things there. I'll elaborate a little more in a second there, Pamela. So Zeno, for you, for starting, you want time of day, and it only works with alert windows, all right? So this time of day filter right here, you'd add that filter, all right? And then there's 390 minutes in a trading session, okay? So let's say you said you want to start after 30 minutes on start of 30 minutes from market end. So I'm guessing this is what you want. You want it running from 30 minutes after the market starts up to 30 minutes before the market closes. So 360 would be the max because that's 30 minutes before the market closes. So minimum 30 minutes after the market opens, and the maximum is 360 minutes after the market closes. And that's how that would work for you there, Zion. Let me know if that makes sense. And then found it works well in the sim when trend trading swing, but not as much with Momo. All right, perfect. So that made sense to you. So let's take a look at VRNT. I think that's what you want me to do. VRNT. So, a couple of things here. If you're looking to try to find, day trade something like this and you see this move that's right here, try to find what moving averages work well for you, all right? Now, for me on this, you never got too extended from this 8 EMA moving up here. It's a very fast moving average, all right? So, and we see here, as soon as it broke that 8 EMA, the move down was made, just that simple. So, you might want to look at things like that. So, for example, let's take a look here at something we know gapped and see how it responded here to a moving average like that. All right, so we gapped up and we kind of really moved sideways off this gap up until this moving average started catching it and then helped to push it up for the rest of the day. All right, let's see if we can find something counter to that. This isn't like a holy grail of anything, but these are things to look at and consider. Trying to find something that gapped and gave it up. This is funny. Michael talked about this stock in the Pro Gap scanner this morning on Trader TV. Alright, let's try this. I'm going to make a quick top list here to try to find what I'm trying to illustrate here. Search gap. So gap percent, add filter, 3, hide unused, change from close, -1, $5. That doesn't make sense. What did I do wrong? Whoops, that's what I did wrong. There we go. All right, so these are stocks that get, well, all right, that's going to be junky. So look, you've got BJs, all right? And we'll do a 5-minute chart. It's probably going to illustrate this better. You have BJs and gaps way up to up here, all right? In that first 5 minutes. And comes crashing right back down. And that's the end of it. So anybody in that first 5 minutes that tried to chase that, you know, give it a chance. This is kind of the point that I'm making. Are you going to miss trades that way? Yes, you're also going to stay out of trouble. All right, here's another one. Gaps up nice, caught these moving averages, all right? Ends up making a move down. And what we could say here with a stock like this, and when we see a setup like this, all right, that's where we gapped off of, all right? So we see the moving average caught it here, and it was weak, all right? So we don't want to just enter right here. But if we did, we could say, well, we've got a pretty defined risk level here, and below that gap, there's going to be weakness more likely than not. So these are ways to use the moving averages to, to help us not chase things and to set ourselves up for a little more success off of that. I've said many times before, I got away from new high alerts because if I had a nickel for every time I bought a new high and then it reversed on me that I bought literally the last new high of the day, I'd be retired by now. You're welcome, Robert. And I can understand. First off, this is an extremely frustrating market. That's all there is to it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I've had my frustrations lately, over the last couple of months. I've had a lot of stuff where I've really felt, all right, this is, I got a nice move in it today, and then I didn't close any of the position, and I was sitting up in it okay, and the next day it gapped down to my entry, and then back below it, and I had a winning trade turn into a losing trade. I've had so many of them recently, Robert. It's, I get it. I'm with you. I understand it. And that's why, like I mentioned, these things I mentioned, they're not, cliches or to blow things off, small, you look at any of the traders that I've watched for years out there that I've, stolen pieces of their, pieces of what they say and what they do, Brian Shannon's one of them, this is not a market to mess around in. Smaller share size, getting out on the minute you feel that something's changing that, isn't working, getting out quickly, dust yourself off and get right back up again, not running right into things right now. It's a very, very, very hard, choppy market. That's all there is to it. So, and Pamela, I don't know if, what I just went over with you is helpful or not. I hope it is. Tell me how to do evening scan. Well, you can turn any scan into an evening scan. The idea behind evening scanning is that I'm scanning for stocks in what I think in the coming days may not, may have some room to run in them afterwards. That's what I'm doing with that evening scan there, Peter. So I'm looking at, the stocks that are being returned from that scan, and then I'm going through those charts one by one and deciding what I think of those charts. And the ones that I like the most, I put on symbols list so I can watch just those stocks coming through a symbols list of stocks. Yes, good old Jim Cramer, the kiss of death. No better example than this. Literally, Jim Cramer says he likes Ford here. All right? I'm sorry. He likes Ford here. That happens? That happens. But how do you do that? You can do it with any scan. I shared one before there, Peter. You could literally do it with any scan. So I'll go ahead and share that scan again. So here's that scan, Peter, and then we'll do it as an exercise together again real quick. That was not what I wanted at all. Sorry, I copied a link that did not copy the way I wanted it to. Let me find a better link. Listen, Jim Cramer is probably one of the greatest guys on the planet to go get a sandwich with. But he's there for entertainment. Very, he is there for entertainment. That's all there is to it. I'm sure he's a great father. An awesome dude to go on a run with, or hang out in his garden. I know he's a big into gardening and stuff like that. All those things like that. But if you are taking financial advice from anybody on TV, you should stop doing that immediately. All right, there's that load. My evening scan share. So again, here, Peter, if you want to, you can load this scan. And, we look at, this is what I do. This is just evening scanning in general. I just name this my evening scan. I can name it anything. I can name it up over 20 days, because that's what it's really looking at. And what I do is I go chart by chart, and this is how I do my personal evening scanning, okay? I go chart by chart and I say, how does this interest me or doesn't interest me? This doesn't interest me right now. This huge move that happened right here, that's a no. That's a no for me, dog. That's how that works. Zoom out. I want a little bit bigger of a picture here. All right. BTP, same thing. But I want to see these stocks anyways. I just want to see stuff that spiked anyways in a day, whether I'm interested or not. All right. MSVT. This one interests me a little bit, but now I got to go through the whole cycle of why it does or doesn't interest me. All right. So why does it interest me? All right, well, we've got this nice rounded bottom that's happened here, all right? And now the moving averages that are under it that I'm watching have caught it, all right? We've got this area to clear, and then we've got a little room to run up to here, all right? So we're small price stock, so on a percentage basis, that's probably going to be all right. And that's going to be, 750 plus level, so that could, could equal some percent returns. All right, but we got to look at the full picture here. All right. Volume traded, 990,000 shares traded today. Not bad. All right. Doing around its relative volume. Got an all right float that's there. So, all right, this is something that I am actually interested in. Generally speaking, I do like things over $8 these days, but you know what? I kind of like this. I'd like to see where it goes in the coming days. And the other part that I like about it is while it's up over these days, we had kind of a couple of pause days here before this up day, so there might be another 1 or 2 up days here. Is there going to be? I have no way to know that. But it interests me enough that I'm going to go liked. All right, and now it's on my liked list. And I have this top list here that only looks at my like symbols. That's it. There's nothing else that I'm looking at in this. There's no filters. There's no anything. If I right click and come into configure, it's just looking at, if I go to Windows specific filters, there's no filter in there whatsoever. Nothing. The only thing I'm doing is I'm saying look at my personal liked list. That's it. Follow the only list. So now I've created myself I'm creating myself a short list of stock ideas that I think are actionable with a high percent chance of giving me some kind of return on them. Now, full disclosure, I don't update this list as much as I should probably. I should be probably going through it once every other day, but I don't. I just let things go on there, and then I go through stuff, and I take it a step further. So once I've got stocks on here that I like, I do go through it during the days, and I start to add price alerts to any stocks that I really, really like for levels that I really, really like. And you can see from here, I don't have a whole lot going on my price alerts window, all right? And almost everything on here, energy, 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 all right? There's a bottom base that was in here. I traded that today, worked out well. This I've been trading a whole bunch in and out because I found it on my evening scan, has worked out well. And this, I had taken a home run position in it that if it goes to 0, oh well, and if it goes to 1,000,000, I'm going to buy trade ideas. So, that's how it works, but I keep things that I'm only really, really considering actionable here. I don't want to look at 1,000 stocks in a day. It doesn't, or I don't want to look at 1,000 stocks while the market's open. I want to look at 1,000 stocks when the market's closed, and I have time to go through charts. And, I do this as an exercise every single day. Where I do lack is sometimes I don't pull off stocks that I probably should from my liked list, but sometimes I talk myself into leaving them on there. But what's on this price alerts list is stuff that I'm seriously considering today, maybe the day I decide to enter it. How do I go about it? I go through the list and I decide, this ain't working anymore. This doesn't look good, so we could do this real fast here. I'm leaving Ford because I'm leaving Ford. I think this drop in Ford I felt like I missed out on Ford. I was looking at Ford back here, and then this happened. I felt like it missed out, and I thought about Ford when it was going sideways for these few days, but I said no, just no. So now I'm going to look at Ford as maybe giving me an opportunity to get back in here. Now I don't know whether or not I will take that opportunity or not. That this is going to be a base, but I'll watch it for a while and see what happens. But Ford stays there. But I go through all my charts, when I'm seriously looking to knock stocks off this list. So THP, you're dead to me. Goodbye. We're hanging on to you. We're hanging on to you. You're dead to me. Goodbye. You're going to be dead to me because you're Brazil also. Goodbye. Your energy, so you get to stay. Your energy, so you get to stay. Your energy, so you get to stay. Your shipping. We're going to leave shipping for now. The rails are kind of funny to me. Not you're dead to me. This is what I do, I spend, this is, I won't say it's my job because I do not consider trading a job. I don't think that's the right mentality for trading. I think trading is a business. This is my business. This is part of my business plan. If you want to kill a bunch of your like symbols right away, you can do it on the account management page. So what you can do is you can come to the account management page and go to edit my like symbols. So here, if you go into the account management page, you can come to this right here, and you can start deleting stuff just like that and update the list that way. So if you want to, do a massive delete like that. But it can't, as far as I know, it can't be managed here still because of the way it's held on the servers. Symbols list, my liked, edit list. I don't think you can do it yet. Yep, no, sorry. Nope, no go. The evening scan consists of right click, window specific filter. Let's get rid of the stuff that we don't want. Stocks between $4 and $40. They have to trade at 750,000 shares today. Has to be doing one on its relative volume for the day. It's 75% above the low of a 20-day range. So that means it's breaking out on a 20-day range. And it's got to be closing 75% above the low of today's range. So I want to see that it's closed kind of strong today, that there might be room to run tomorrow again. Now this is going to return, like I said, stocks that just spiked ridiculously, like Egan, for example, or BPT, all right? But it's also going to show me something like, well, let's look at Car Gurus. No, but, you get the idea. TCOM. So, all right, TCOM again. Now, this isn't a long-term downtrend, all right? But do we have a trend change here? Maybe. We're across this area right here. That's a significant area. And we have room to 30, I would say, if we continue to push up. Also, note that we now have these two moving average underneath to help it. We've gone sideways for a couple of days. So perhaps, perhaps we can move up that way. To take it a step further, now, this is not going to go on my liked list for one reason and one reason alone, China. I'm just not interested in swing trading China stocks. Just not at all. Day trading, yes. Swing trading, I just no. And people that want to know why I don't swing trade China stocks for the most part is look up Luckin Coffee, and then you'll understand why. To do that again, Debbie, so you know how to get to the account management page on the website. real dilemma developing here, folks. It's a sheet of ice outside, and normally I order a pizza on Fridays. First world problems. Anyways, with that said, so Debbie, you're going to want to come to the account management page, all right? And this is the account management page here, and look for Edit My Like Symbols. You'll click that, and it'll bring you to this here. Yes, you got to go to the website. And so from there you can do it. And then view mode only. I don't know what view mode only means. Properties. View mode, view mode, view mode. Properties, no. Symbol linking, view mode. Where you see view mode for a top list? There, well, Zeno, I just saw what you said about anti-Kramer. There's someone on Twitter that's tracking it. Yeah, I don't have a Domino's near me. I got, I got a local pizza place that I go to all the time. My daughter and I order pizza every single Friday night. It's like our thing, pizza and a movie. Okay, you're on the. All right, so you're on. Hold on, Where are you? You're on the web page. All right, so if you're on the web page here, all right, go to login. It'll log you into your account here, all right? And then from here, you have all these things that you can do here, and you'll go to Edit My Liked Symbols. Oh, view mode only on the symbols list. Okay. So, Pamela, are you referencing the view mode only on the website here or in this here? Tools, symbols list. Yeah, so that just means you can't edit that list here, Pamela. Either you can't edit it, period, or you can't edit it here. You have to do exactly what I was just showing with Debbie. So hopefully I got you both answered there. And I'll do this one more time. Let me get rid of this bar. Whoops. Sorry, I got rid of the wrong thing. Try that again. Sorry, got to load a web page again. All right. So you're here on our home page, all right? And you click login. I'm already logged in, but you click login, and if you're not logged in, you'll enter your information, your username and your password. It's the same as logging into the software, and then just edit my like symbols, all right? And then, for anybody that's, doing these things, the account this is called our account management page. This is where you'll find custom formulas to mess around in here, all right? You'll find if you want to set up an alert window that can send you an email or text alert, you can find that here, all right? I'm opening cans of worms that I'm sure I'm going to regret for doing this, but it does exist. And then you can see, so for example, a lot of times people are like, oh, I don't want all this stuff showing up when I'm creating a new scan. So this is what I mean. If you go to new and you go to alert window, for example, and you see all this drop down menus and you go to recent settings, people want to get rid of these recent settings a lot of times for whatever reason, entirely up to them. You can get rid of all those recent settings by going to recent alert settings, and you can delete any of these recent alert settings right there in the account management page. And you can come to recent scans and you can, find any of these things here, all right, in recent scans. And is there anything else? That's really it in here that I'm going to go down. I don't want to talk about managing tokens and things like that. It might be a DiGiorno kind of day. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I mean, the pizzeria is actually close enough that I could walk there actually, but my issue is the sidewalk outside my place right now is a sheet of like everything's a sheet of ice right now where I am, a complete sheet of ice. So I don't even know if I can walk there. All right, perfect. Glad we got you sorted there. So, all right, 428. I guess I'll do my walkout spiel here. As always, I thank you all for popping in, keeping me company. It's much nicer when we're doing this together like this. Um, look, this software is really vast. There is no one person that knows everything about this software. There's no one way to use this software either. Think outside the box for stuff. When you're trying to think about a strategy you want to build, my biggest recommendation to you is, ask yourself questions, write the questions down, and then answer those questions. What kind of stocks am I interested in? What do I want to see from those stocks? What kind of patterns? Things like that. And while we don't necessarily have pattern recognition, there's ways to find patterns with scans. All right. Let me see. These kind of horseshoe patterns up, I find them using these position and range filters, all right? There's no horseshoe up, but I find them all the time doing this. So, it exists, just, like anything else, some work. And, I get I hear you, I get the frustrations and stuff. That's why I do, this is literally why I started doing these 3:30 sessions. Trade Ideas didn't say, hey, we need more live coverage. You got to do this from 3:30 to 4 every day. I said, hey, I think we need this. I think our users need this. I wish I had more of this when I was a user, when I was first starting out. And so that's, why I'm doing it. Hopefully it's, I appreciate you all being here. That's, it's a big deal to me having you all here. And as things go, like the software evolves, our support evolves, and maybe I come up with something else in the future here. If I'm being honest on a personal note, I have a lot on my plate between doing this support and going for my CMT designation. So I don't know that I'll be adding anything else, long term to any of this, but we'll see what happens. So again, I thank you all very, very kindly. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I will catch you all back here after the weekend. All right? Thank you, everybody. You have a wonderful weekend. Be safe, and we'll see you on the flip side.